And our startup ecosystem partners, Dell Technology, Intel, our associate partner IBM, our host partner Infosys, our LinkedIn partner Lemon Hub, travel partner Karnataka, skin partner Giantbook, banking partner IDFC, and media partner Elets that support in making this event possible. Let's embark on this exciting journey to elevate Mysuru's presence on the global tech map. To kindle the flame of enlightenment and to inaugurate this event, I call to the stage the following dignitaries: Mr. Sunanma Dhananjay, Mr. Pawan Ranga, Mr. Vinayak Khalke, Mr. Ram Kerulu, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Mr. Santosh Mutaki, Mr. Santosh Mahalingam, Dr. V. Sadashva Gowda, Group Captain Anand Naidu, and Mr. Sudhir Shankar. I request the dignitaries to come on stage. Keynote started its journey with the Mysuru cluster around 3 years ago. But the journey of Mysuru is something that is more rich, something that demands a native Mysorean to narrate it. To share this journey of Mysuru and to share his insights on what Mysuru has for the future, I now call on to the stage someone whose family has been building Mysuru for nearly 3 decades now. To say that he and his family are kind of custodians of the city would not be an exaggeration. An alumnus of NJC, IIT Chicago, and Harvard Business School, our next speaker is recognized as one of the most influential figures in the global electronics manufacturing industry, a prominent member of CII, SMTA, and ITC. He's on the boards of over 10 companies. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call to the stage Mr. Pawan Ranga, Director of N. Ranga and Sons Private Limited and CEO of Grandson Aerospace, to tell us the story of the Mysuru that was, is and will be. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, all the dignitaries here, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to give a disclaimer. My throat is giving way, so bear with me. I'm still can I have a breath? So please bear with me. I was born and brought up in Mysuru, so it really gives me a lot of pleasure to try to share my thoughts about what was, what is, and what Mysuru will or can be. It is with immense pleasure, pride, and a touch of nostalgia that I stand before you today. I have the privilege and honor to exalt the virtues and show a city that has nurtured my soul and shaped my character, Mysuru. Mark Twain once said, "Travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness." But despite having visited over 50 countries, hundreds of cities, I can't wait to come back to my hometown every time. Mysuru is the city of my dreams, reverence, and anger. I'm a proud Mysurean, from a city that has gifted us world unities such as R.K. Lakshman, R.K. Narayan, Narayan Murthy, Patabi Joyce, V.K. Zayanda, Sri Kuvenpu, the list goes on and on. It is the city of my dreams. It is this diverse talent that really runs through its veins, has run through its veins for centuries, and will continue to do so. A peek into the history of Mysuru, like the lady already said, Mahishasura was the reason why Mysuru got its name. There is a story, the epic Mahabharata Mysuru has been mentioned. But really, if you go back to the history scriptures, the story of Mysuru dates back to 245 BC. It's written in the annals of Ashoka the Great. From the second was defeated by the British, and the state was handed over to the warriors, is when the city really started to grow and transform. Nalvari Krishnaraj Warrior, who ruled from 1895 to 1940 with the help of Sri Vishweshwaraya, the great engineer, transformed Mysuru into a modern paradise, as you can see with wide roads, there are great buildings and lush parks. The CATB, City Improvement Trust Board, was established and really one of the first cities in Asia to undertake the development program. Post-independence India saw the emergence of successful family businesses in Mysuru. I was lucky to have been born in one such family. The business culture was such that home, family, professionals, employees were all seen as one integrated ecosystem. I'd like to narrate one very quick example. We call our father Appa and our mother Amma. For me, my grandfather was called Factory Appa and my grandmother was called Factory Amma because they lived in the factory 5 days a week and came home during the weekend. Along with them lived all their co-employees, and my grandmother used to cook for them. So the culture of Mysuru in both business and in personal lives were seen as intertwined from the very beginning. What is Mysuru today? Mysuru can be defined in many dimensions, but I would like to define the city, if I have to do it in a very simple way, as a city that is in the process of transformation from a relatively simply heritage town to a modern, major cultural and industrial hub. Some statistics to back what I'm saying. Population in Mysuru was stagnating between 5 and 7 lakhs for over 20 years. In the last 10 years, Mysuru's population has grown from 7 to 13 lakhs, one of the fastest growing tier 2 towns. Literacy rate is over the high 90s percentage. World-class medical colleges, 14 engineering schools, 12 polytechnic, 1 nature cure college, 2 yoga colleges, and 2 Ayurvedic colleges. The diversity of education that is offered in this town is unparalleled. We have over 50 degree colleges. 40,000 graduates come out of this town every year. More than 20,000 of them are capable IT professionals. Just a few main industries like sandal, BD, agarbattis, and silk. Today, Mysuru has emerged as a major IT hub, ESG capital, advanced manufacturing center, and several other cutting-edge industries. Mysuru also has an excellent healthcare system, a burgeoning tourism destination that it is. Fertile fields and lands and the evolved spiritual mind of the Mysuru has made it the cradle of business and yoga. Mysuru is second only to Bangalore in software exports. We all know we are sitting there in Infosys, a fantastic anchor for IT services for this wonderful town. There is an LLB right across the street. There is Keynote technology. There is a ton of Mysuru homegrown software companies. Soft, for example, is one of the leading product technology companies in the country. Apart from this, we also have great research institutes. Some of the best in the country, CFTI, DFI, the list goes on and on. Earlier, you heard that RBI has its largest printing press in Mysuru. One of the reasons why they set up the printing press is because the research showed that both from an ecological and a geopolitical standpoint, Mysuru is one of the safest places in India. Unlike Bangalore, Mysuru was lucky to get a ring road early on when we had a population of just 7 lakhs. What this enabled was development to be spread out and hence avoiding congestion within city circles. I know now that a peripheral ring road is planned already in the city plan. So I believe Mysuru is well suited to develop itself into a major hub going into the next decade. So here we are in a city where tradition meets innovation, where heritage gracefully meets with modernity, where there are fragrances of jasmine and sandalwood on one side and cutting-edge electronics and cybersecurity on the other. Connectivity is key to growth of towns. In Mysuru, we have an Validatory airport, which I believe will go on to become an international one. We have a new template highway. Everybody who comes to Mysuru today comes in early, and I'm always grateful to it. Because my house is around the corner, and they have time 2 hours, and they're there in 2. So Mysuru's connectivity is improved tremendously over the past decade. The railway line is doing that. There are 2 high-speed trains now between Bangalore and Mysuru and Chennai. With all of this happening in Mysuru, how do I see Mysuru in the future? I wish for Mysuru to be anything and everything, but I'll try to articulate a few things that came to my mind. I envision Mysuru to have amongst the best city planning, the tech industries, heavy industries, advanced manufacturing, and heritage industries to have their own clusters and hubs, well placed in the city around the neighborhoods. I envision international and national schools providing world-class education, sports, and extracurricular activities. I envision Mysore to have an international airport seamlessly connecting us to hubs in India and envision Mysore to be a cosmopolitan hotspot with international and domestic yoga and Ayurveda enthusiasts, adding cultural diversity and promoting and inspiring healthy living. I envision Mysore where public-private partnerships create great platforms for startups to thrive, with KDM and others providing world-class incubation and research support. I envision several successful industry institute partnerships, giving young students exposure to industry and real-world challenges. Ultimately, in a nutshell, what I would like to say is that I see a Mysorean getting up in the morning, taking a morning walk in Kuknalli Lake, or practice yoga and meditation. Come back, get ready, and be at work in 10 minutes. Come back home for a hot meal if you want at lunch. In the evening, you come early from work, spend quality time with your family and loved ones. And on weekends, I see the Mysorean hop skip to Kabini, Coorg, and Ooty, and other several such beautiful destinations. And of course, fly direct from Mysore to destinations around India and the world on work or for pleasure. I see a Mysore that gives work and life experience like no other place in the world, balancing success and peace. I wholeheartedly welcome each and every one of you to set up your industries and family in this beautiful, lovely town of Mysore. Thank you.
I think Sir had the most difficult session of all times, because with a city as beautiful as Mysore, it's so difficult to wrap up Mysore in 15 minutes, least of all what Mysuru has for in the future, which is so immense. The next speaker is someone who frankly needs no introduction. His name is synonymous to that of Mysore. An alumnus of SJCE and the Worcester Polytechnic Institute, he came back from teaching in the US to working for MNCs like Wipro to Kirloskar. A founder of several organizations and institutions like Excel Empathy Foundation, Excel Public School, Queen's School of Design, and many more. He was also a senior consultant to the World Bank and has been a member of several advisory committees. It is truly an honor to invite to the stage Mr. Sudanva Dhananjaya, founder of ExcelSoft and the lead industry anchor for the Mysuru cluster, to share his thoughts on the genesis of electronics manufacturing in Mysore. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, and all my dear dignitaries, dear friends. It's a great pleasure to be here today. I get this opportunity only because I'm in Mysore, rooted in Mysore and an entrepreneur in Mysore. And of course, KDM has been kind to be inclusive of people like me. I should admit that currently I am not part of the, I don't run an electronics related business. However, I represent Mysore, the Mysore's entrepreneurship ecosystem. And while Pawan did the today's gen, and he's today's gen, and the one shift back and one shift forward, I'll start with 40 years ago. In many ways, an unstructured ESDM 0.1 happened about 40 years ago in Mysore. I was just graduating in 1984. I'm 61 years old, so you can imagine. when the first electronic design and manufacturing unit was set up in Mysore, in the AVGC Industrial Estate by ABB, Asia Brown Boveri. The idea was fantastic. It was a game-changing product they built. You know, earlier during those times, we were sending telegrams. You go to a P&T office, they would use the Morse code machine and send telegrams. And what they did was they actually designed, it all happened in Mysore, designed and made small little machines with consoles and keyboards, which could be used in P&Ts to send out these messages. It worked on 80 baud or 800 baud. So that was on twin wire telephone lines, but it still worked. So I can't but remember those humble beginnings. And my first internship was at ABB. So I was kind of close to the machine when they designed it and made it. And then Wipro Computer Factory happened in Mysore with the intent to build mini computers, Unix-based mini computers. There was two series, one a Motorola series and an Intel series of mini computers. And it was all made in Mysore. This was even before Wipro got into the software business or the IT business. That was fairly large at that point in time. And they started to subcontract and outsource quite a lot to other companies in Mysore. So you would get plastics from one company, you would get the sheet metal work done in one company, you would get PCBs assembled, particularly the not so very complex ones in a few companies in Mysore. So they grew an ecosystem similar to what we are trying to do now in a much more structured fashion with international involvement. At that point in time, it was an indigenous effort. And the Wipro Computer Factory happened and it thrived. And like many other electronics manufacturing, computer manufacturing industries, they also moved into, at that point in time, a more lucrative IT business. While that was happening, there was the Wipro e-peripherals, not very far from here, which was set up, a line manufacturing system to manufacture printers of different kinds with a larger degree of automation. And so the first set of printers were made here in Mysore. And again, that gave rise to a lot of ancillary industries around the Wipro peripherals unit. So again, there was right next door, there was a company who was making one model of those printers, which is completely, they were trained. They helped them set up the manufacturing line and in a way was contracted out to them. And there was a model of printers which was made next to the e-peripherals plant. And they also outsourced plastics and wherever they required injection molding, etc. So a cluster informally grew around many of these early initiatives, and I'm really talking about the 1980s. And some of them, some of the individual subcontractors of those times, even after Wipro moved on to Bangalore to become IT big league IT companies, these guys thrived on their own. And if I'm not wrong, Keynes, Vinyas, and many other names we hear about today who made it big in the country, initially started as subcontractors to Wipro. And then after Wipro moved away, they've all kind of grown vertically to contribute to the ESDM cluster that we are talking about today. Wipro did one another thing, which was, and Pawan mentioned this, that Mysuru is known to have good educational institutions, good quality talent graduating in from Mysore. Wipro took a strategy of employing polytechnic graduates. And then they tied up with engineering colleges in Mysore and convinced engineering colleges to run an evening program so that during the day, they are, they're polytechnic graduates, they are technicians, if you will. But in the evening, they would work hard, stretch themselves, and eventually get an engineering degree, even as they worked in Wipro. That was the first of the kind model where the true collaboration happened between education and industry. And I'm very happy to see that many of them who went through this route went on to become very senior people in Wipro. The global delivery head went through this process of being a technician in Mysore, and then did his engineering here and grew up in Wipro to become the global delivery head. There was another guy from Wipro e-Peripherals who went on to become CEO of Cognizant. They were actually polytechnic graduates, and the Mysore ecosystem of 40 years ago has produced great leaders in the Indian electronics and IT industry that we should all be proud of. So I was, sir, Sanjeev sir, tasked with talking about my Wipro experience and the genesis of ESDM in Mysore. I hope I've done justice. And thank you all very much.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. I now call on to the stage Mr. Sanjeev Gupta to present Mr. Sudanva Dhananjay with a memento of our gratitude. We also call on to the stage Mr. Pawan Ranga. I think if anyone deserves a huge round of applause, it's Mr. Sudanva and Mr. Pawan. What they have done for the Mysuru cluster is something that cannot be enumerated into words.
Why I'm coming for us 30 seconds is to introduce both of them, not for the leaders they are in industry, but they are the one who stand tall as an industry anchor to grow the Mysuru cluster overall. And not only Mysuru, so it goes to Chamarajanagar, to Ramnagar, and they are giving the volunteer time, energy, connections, network, everything else for the cluster. Ladies and gentlemen, अगर ये नहीं होते तो हम लोग आज मैसूर क्लस्टर में नहीं होते. Thank you so much.
Once again, can we have a loud round of applause for Mr. Sudanva Dhananjay and Mr. Pawan Ranga? Without the support of these industry anchors, we are nothing. So I think we'd like to start a new tradition this year, where we would like to take a moment to acknowledge all of these Mysuru industry anchors who've traversed with us for 3 years. So I'd request all the audience to stand up right now for the Nadagite. Let us all take a moment to thank everyone who's made this journey possible. Say a little thank yous to every single person from Mysuru who's traveled in, people from outside Mysuru, who've all made time to be here with us. Before we begin with the day, I have a small announcement. The masterclass on preferential market access, focusing on cybersecurity companies, will begin by 11 a.m. I request the startups who've registered for the same to make their way to the Akbar Hall by 11 a.m. Now we have the first panel discussion of the day, titled Potential for Transformation in Mysuru's Electronic Manufacturing Landscape Due to Components. So Mysuru, a place that was once known for its palaces and silk, is now at the forefront of India's electronic manufacturing revolution. In just 5 years, we've seen incredible growth with global players like Automotive Axles, L&T, and AT&S setting up shop in our dedicated manufacturing clusters. This boom, however, isn't just about business. It's about 18,000 skilled workers who now call Mysuru their home. From our car parts to our mobile devices, Mysuru has made components for everything and everywhere. But what does this mean for our city, though? What does this mean for our city's future? What challenges and opportunities lie ahead? To unpack this exciting transformation, we're joined today by our esteemed panelist, Mr. Raghu Panikar, CEO of Keynes Semicon Technology, Mr. Veerapan, President ISA and co-founder and president of Tessolve Semiconductor Private Limited, Mr. Santosh Gundapi, Managing Director and CEO of AT&S, Ms. Shubha Nagesh, Managing Director, GE Bell and General Manager, ISC South Asia, GE Healthcare, Dr. Doya Snyders, Innovation Counselor for India at Netherlands Embassy in India. To moderate this session today, we have with us Mr. Sanjeev Keshkar. With over 35 years of experience in the corporate world, including 29 years in the semicon industry, Mr. Keshkar is the CEO of Arvind Consultancy. He has held leadership positions at companies like Arrow Electronics, PMC Sierra, and AMD. Mr. Keshkar is also a former chairman of ISA and currently serves as the chief mentor of the STPI IoT Open Lab in Bangalore. An alumnus of Pune University, Sir is a veteran in the semicon industry, and it's truly an honor to have him moderate this session for us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a pleasure and honor to be here with you, talking about how to really focus on manufacturing of component ecosystem for electronics in the city of Mysuru. You know, electronic consumption story of India is very, very strong. With 1.42 billion population, everyone is buying smartphones, laptops, tablets, consumer electronics. Electronics consumption, which was around $120 billion a year back, is going to be $400 billion by 2030, as per report of ISA, India Electronics and Semiconductor Association. And the biggest challenge for electronics industry today is about the local value addition. Because currently, whatever manufacturing is happening today is at around 15% value addition, and this needs to be changed. And component ecosystem plays a very, very big role into developing the high value added manufacturing ecosystem. You know, in any electronic product, typically component contributes around 40 to 50% of the bill of material. 25% is semiconductor. So when we are talking about $400 billion electronic industry, semiconductor requirement in India is going to be almost $100 billion. Then comes passive components, capacitors, resistors, inductor, transformer, relays, and whole list of passive components, plus connectors, cables. All that contributes around 10 to 12%. And again, with $400 billion, our passive component requirement will be $40 to $50 billion. Then comes bare PCB. That contributes around 5 to 7% of electronics. So our bare PCB requirement will be around $20 to $25 billion. So imagine when the electronic system is going to be $400 billion, India component requirement is going to be close to $200 billion, which is huge. And right now there is a semiconductor policy announced by Government of India, where 50% incentive is coming from central government. Most of the state governments are offering 20% incentive. So if anyone is thinking of wafer fab, ATMP or compound semiconductor, then almost 70% support is coming from Government of India. And then balance 30% you can get it from global technology partner or JV partner and Indian corporate. So this is really a very exciting policy announced by Government of India, and today already 5 proposals are approved and Keynes is one of them. And there are another 10 proposals which are under consideration. But I'm going to really focus on 2 things today. What Mysuru should be doing. In semiconductor policy, the 3rd policy is called compound semiconductor policy, under which photonics, optocouplers, RF, discrete semiconductor, MOSFET, silicon carbide, gallium nitride, these technologies really doesn't require $4 to $5 billion of investment. You can have a good ATMP packaging unit for discrete semiconductor in $100 million. And as I told you, $70 million will come from Government of India. So compound semiconductor should be one key focus for Mysuru. And the second big focus has to be on passive component and PCB. Because as I told you, almost $70 to $80 billion worth of passive components and PCBs will be requiring in India. And passive component investments starts from 20 crore to 200 crore to 300 crore, not really big. And good news is next month, Government of India is launching compound PLI, production link incentive, or they call it SPECS 2. And they are going to improve this particular passive component program much better than the SPECS 1. So we all should look for what are the incentives offered under SPECS 2 program. And really, Mysuru should look at creating a very strong passive component ecosystem locally. We already have Santosh sir, who has a very large PCB manufacturing unit here. Already Mysuru has become one of the leading company into EMS space. We have Vinyas, Case, Cyient, and many more EMS companies locally here. Means I'm very sure Mysuru is one of the leading EMS player in India. Now how we can create Mysuru as a component hub for India, that should be our next focus. And I can't have a better panel than Mr. Santosh, Ms. Shubha from GE Bell, and Mr. Raghu Panikar, who is the CEO of Keynes Semicon, and Dr. Doya from Netherlands Consulate, who is focusing on innovation. So thank you for joining us today for this great panel discussion. So my first question is to Mr. Raghu Panikar. How you see component ecosystem evolving in India?
Thank you, sir. Before I start answering that, a little bit of the fact check of what we are doing in Mysuru. Like the earlier CEO for Rankston Aerospace talked about, Mysuru was, is, and will be. Out of our total production area of close to 6,12,000 square feet, 70%, 60 to 65% is in Mysuru. That's our manufacturing facility. Out of 3,100 employees, close to 85% is in Mysuru. Out of our total revenue of 1,900, 80% of the revenue comes from Mysuru. So that's was and is. Mysuru, in the Keynes factory in Mysuru, we do a large production of LED lighting, suppliers to all the automotive OEMs, tier 1 suppliers. We do a whole lot of 10% of India's smart meter manufacturing, the entire system. We do high performance computing. We are supplying to CDAC. We also do EVs. So that is what Keynes is doing. Now to answer your question, Sanjeev sir, is that, post IPO, once Keynes went public, with the stock prices increasing and stuff like that, we decided that there were 2 opportunities. One is to do more of EMS. And that's why, we have a 17-acre facility in Chamarajanagar. That was the first expansion we did. And that is more of EMS, larger form factor of products and stuff like that. The second was to, backward integrate, get very closer to semiconductor. And the first such opportunity was to do a semiconductor manufacturing plant, which is nothing but the outsourced semiconductor assembly and test. And thereby, localize a lot of these semiconductor packages in India. That's the first step towards, make in India and make India self-reliant and stuff. The second initiative was another company called Kane Circuits, where we intend to put a bare-board PCB plant. There again, I've heard numbers like 0.5% or 1% of the total requirement of bare-board PCB is only done in India. So there's a large scope of, all of us in industry that can come and do the bare-board PCB manufacturing. And ATNS is one such one, and we would be the second or the third one. Now, having said that, this all shows about the investment and what all localization, backward integration and stuff. There is another important feature that we do in Mysuru is the module manufacturing. Other than we being an EMS, where there are all discussion about what is the value addition that we bring. Is it just assembly and stuff like that? There is a 100-member team in Mysuru doing product design, product R&D. And there again, we do modules. We do the components, we do modules for Renaissance, we Bluetooth module, we do NB-IoT module, and all such modules. So from our standpoint, I think these are the ways that, we can bring in manufacturing, module, and possibly some of the components that we spoke of as far as Keynes is concerned.
Thank you, Raghu sir. My next question is to Santosh sir. As I mentioned, PCB really is going to play a huge role, and ATNS is already in Mysuru for so many years, and sir is CEO and heading this particular initiative. So how we can really improve the value addition in PCB, like going for laminate manufacturing, resin, and other things, plus what Mysuru should be doing to really create this PCB ecosystem?
Once again, good morning to all. So let's try to understand first what is the demand of PCB in India at the moment. So the overall business of PCB requirement in India is around $1.5 billion. And what India is manufacturing at this point of time is close to around $250 to $260 million. That means still there is close to $1.2 billion business which we are importing at this point of time from other countries. That is a market immediately available. If anybody would like to set up a plant, the first question comes is what is the demand in the country, right? So the demand is available. Now the second question comes, okay, if the demand is available, what are the opportunities that we need to do it in India so that we'll be able to get into that, pierce into that market? Let's come to the Mysuru part. Why Mysuru is more preferred location for a PCB manufacturing plant? There are a couple of major basic requirements to set up a PCB plant. The first one is you need to have a 24/7 water facility. It requires a huge amount of water, and we are blessed with a Kabini. We'll get water all the time. And we have set up a plant in near to Nanjangud. We never had any concerns with the water. That is one of the major criteria why electronics industries are always set up in an area where the water facility is enormous. The third criteria is the electricity. You need to have a 24/7 uninterrupted power supply. If at all, even there is a small fluctuations, we'll have a loss of close to around, let's say, $100,000 to $200,000 for every, even if at all it is fluctuating even for 2 seconds or 5 seconds. That's the industry requirement. We'll not be having an uninterrupted power supply. If a power supply goes back, let's say, for 1 to 2 minutes, we'll have at least $500,000 loss straight away. So this ecosystem is already available. So now we have got demand. Now we have got the resources that is required in and around Mysuru. Now the third question comes, the skill. You need the people. As already mentioned by Pawan in his open speech and also by the rest of the speakers, Mysuru has got enough number of ITI colleges which are required for the shop floor people. And then we have got a diploma engineering colleges. There are enough number of diploma engineering colleges. And then there are engineering colleges who really give the engineers which are really required for the electronics industry. The good part of Mysuru education system is also a couple of our friends are already here, like Vidya Vardak, Vidya Vikas, JC, NIE. All of them are very open-minded. And then they are also requesting industries, you tell us what you want us to be incorporated into the syllabus. So when education and the industries are working together, we are ready to develop the skill. So we are fulfilling all the requirements, demand, the infrastructure requirement, the skill requirement, all the things, ecosystem is already available. So now the question comes, then what else is required? How is the government policies are being made? As already touched by Sanjeev and also by Mr. Raghu Panikar, The government is coming up with a new policy. It is called a Specs 2.0. I am also one of the member for suggestion committee member for the Ministry of Electronics. The policy is going to get released somewhere in between October to December. You'll get 25% capex subsidy. Another 23% you'll get it in the form of OPEX subsidy. We call it as a PLI. That means close to 48% will be given by the central government, approximately. And another 20% will be given by the state government. That makes it 68% of the investment will be supported by the government. So what else you need? So all the things are there. Demand is there, skill is there, infrastructure is there, government support is there. Now the investment has to pour in. It's only the question now here is either it is now or never. I'm sure this policy will not continue or last for a longer time. Once there are a couple of investment that is done, couple of millions, a couple of billions of dollars, then the government also will look for the next sector because ecosystem has been developed. Now the question comes, what Sanjeev asked is, why we are still lagging behind into the PCB industry? If you look at the overall big market, we may be very proud that yes, we are doing some millions of dollar investment or $1 billion investment. Let's look at where India stands in the global market. India currently produces 0.4% of the PC manufacturing of the world. We are one of the highest populated country, but if you look at our contribution in the world PC market, it is 0.4%. That means still 99.6% is done by other countries. That is the potential what India is having. It's always a question of chicken and egg story. The supply chain management will not grow. Suppliers will not come into India as long as we are big enough for them. Even though, as we said, AT Indus, let's say, we do 1/3 of the overall India PC manufacturing. It is around $250 million, and we do close to around $80 to $100 million. And when I went to China, to a couple of our material suppliers, okay, we thought we are really bigger, and then let's see, we can negotiate better. And then we sat across, there was a good meeting. They said, yeah, we are very open to work with AT Indus because AT Indus is the technology leader 2 in the world. So we definitely lead the technology in the world. And then when we sat across the table, they said, yeah, we are very happy to have you. We want to supply you and everything. Then finally asked the question, what is the value addition or what is your percentage, what AT Indus contributes to your revenues? Any guess of the number? As AT Indus group, whole group, we only contribute 0.8% of their revenue. And we are number 2 in the world in terms of technology. That is the volume, that is the scale what China talks at this point of time. The factory is close to 1 kilometer width and 1.2 kilometer length. And we'll be happy if it all were having 40 acres of land. And then we are the biggest one in the country. Yeah, we are the biggest one. We need to be proud of it. But there is a long way to go in order to compete with our neighboring country. So this chicken and egg story, we have to break it. The government is with us. KDM is with us. Like a lot of the bodies are with us. This is the right time for the investment. Let's do it together. And then there cannot be any other better place in the Mysuru to set up an electronic segment.
Great, great. Thank you, Santosh sir. This is really a very clear picture of how we can really focus on PCB. Demand is there, talent is there, and government support is there. I think we should just scale up now on the activity. My next question is to Shubha madam. And I'm going to ask you two things to really clarify in your listening. Any component manufacturing will require a good technology partnership or a JV partnership. And you already have a great partnership going between GE and Bell. So what is your advice to the entrepreneurs or industry in Mysuru, how they can really collaborate with global JV partner? And second thing, you are yourself a huge consumer of components. Okay, so what are your expectations from the component suppliers in India?
Thank you, Sanjeev. Namaskar. Good morning, everyone again. Very happy to be part of this forum here. Think tank, I have to say, with all the representation, especially from this industry, right? The semiconductor electronics industry. And I have to tell, I represent the OEM, the end user of all the semiconductors and electronics that we use on, again, a niche sector, sunrise sector, or the medical and healthcare side of it. And I think today, what is really missing truly is our deep value proposition in this chain. Every other sector, and as GE Healthcare, we have been in this country now for 30 years in India. One of the very early entrants, global medtech companies, to bet on India and be part of this ecosystem. For the last 30, 27 years, we've been growing not only healthcare within our factories, but also our suppliers and supply chain locally. Just to give you a point, I think the benefit of having Make in India for the world thought process, it not only helps grow the total primary ecosystem aspect, but also helps open up categories, suppliers and supply chain to the net effect of growing the entire business. To give a perspective of healthcare industry, right? In 2022, the overall business was estimated to be, market was estimated to be around $11 billion. It's expected to grow, just the medtech side of the business is expected to grow to $30 billion by 2030. So it's a CAGR of somewhere around 16%. And for this kind of growth that is expected, just thinking of the assembly level or late point configurations will not help us sustain or become self-reliant in terms of what we are thinking. And hence, I think every category of supply chain, whether it is mechanical, whether it is fab, power electronics, or electronics and semiconductor, the need is to go really deep in terms of what we can do. And to tell you, actually, we've been localized about 70%, 80% of the parts that we buy is all from Indian suppliers. We become more and more self-reliant, and we still have a long way to go deepen. We do buy assemblies, but when you really peel the onion or peel the layer, right? And look at what is our tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. Most of them, Santosh and Raghu, you will agree, is that we import them, right? The reliance on import is so large that today resiliency, in addition to cost out, has become such a huge aspect of strategy for industries like us, that we are looking to see how localization does not mean just buy from a local partner, but also to go deeper in terms of saying, how is our second tier, third tier, fourth tier supply chain possibility can be established in India? So this is one piece of it. The second piece of it, and Santosh touched upon, is a huge progressive policy that is actually propelling us to move forward in terms of manufacturability, and India becoming a huge manufacturing hub for all across the world. And I think this plays a huge part, and the onus is on all of the industries like us, supply chain industries and business groups, to leverage and make sure that we put in all efforts to pump in and attract growth. And I do want to add that, we are local companies, but we do have a lot of global connections. We are, as GE Healthcare, a global local medtech. We have 2 thriving JVs, one with Bharat Electronics, the other one is with Wipro. Both of these JVs has propelled in continuum with GE Healthcare. And one example I have to say, in March, when our CEO was here, GE Healthcare CEO, and Mr. Premji from Wipro, we announced a $1 billion output investment increase. That says a lot in terms of how our allies and countries like US and Europe are really looking at India as becoming a change agent, right, to support the growth trajectory. And I totally want to double down on the fact that it is just not resiliency that we need to look at. It is a proverbial and equation of cost as well. So how, as industries, we are not only looking at supplying an alternative +1, right? It's China +1 is a huge aspect that's going on in terms of resiliency, but not only give the solution as +1, but also to work on being the best in terms of quality as well as cost aspect. And these are the brands that as ecosystem, as I know a lot of startups are here as well, that we need to think how do we push this brand image and idea of India forward as we go along. And you asked about, JV and global partnership. And I think, one of the best ways of really giving confidence to global partners is, our ability to scale, ability to give the right quality, the best quality, to make sure that, every onus of business KPIs, like we say, is the best in class. That is the only way that you can make sure that, there is enough traction that we do. And we are, like I said, hugely propelled by the policy aspects, investment aspects. There is huge infrastructure that was done. Even 10 years ago, if you can imagine, or 15 years ago, people to invest in India, infrastructure was the #1 stopper. Red tapes in government was the second big issue, right? Today, if you see in the matter of just 8-10 years, I think all of this has become a thing of the past, and we are able to go fast. And I think it's on all of the industries like you to help us accelerate this. And I'm very happy to say that, for GE Healthcare, being in Karnataka, we are in Bangalore, we are not in Mysuru, our factories, but we do look at Mysuru as a very strong hub where, given the connectivity and, the proximity that we have, can help, drive this growth ambition that we have to get to $1 billion of manufacturing output in the next 5 years. We are already close to $500 million, and, going right there is something that we'd like to look forward to partner with all of you. We already have strong partners. We started with Rangsans here, now Scient, ATNS as well we have, and we're looking at Keynes, Vinyas. So these are the areas we are already looking at, and we do need a lot more support and drive and solution in a fast pace with the right balanced, offerings, I have to say. Again, my best wishes to Mysore, all the entrepreneurs, all the industry partners and colleagues who are here to help us propel and grow the idea of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubham. My next question is to Dr. Doya. Netherlands is already a great leader into semiconductor. You have companies like NXP, and how we can really, India and Netherlands can collaborate in terms of some knowledge transfer, in terms of some technology transfer, because as I mentioned, that the critical need for India is we really don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want technology partnership which can help us to reduce the time to market and go into manufacturing as quickly as possible. So I would like to understand your views on how Netherlands and India can collaborate in this technology growth of this country.
Thank you very much. And let me start by saying thank you for hosting, Sanjeev, and thank you for organizing this panel. And I live in Delhi now for about 3 years. And don't get me wrong, I like Delhi a lot, but we have a lot of traffic, we have a lot of people, we have quite extreme climate. So it's really literally a fresh breath of air to be here in Mysuru. And I think that's already one of the pull factors that Mysuru has to offer for not only the national market, but also for the international market. So I'm working as the innovation counselor. So my job is basically to try to connect the brightest minds of the Netherlands to the brightest minds of India, work on all things science, technology, and innovation. And the Netherlands, can I just quickly ask, has anybody in the audience been in the Netherlands already? Quite a lot of hands. That is already good. Even here at the front, fantastic. If you look at the map, the Netherlands is just a very small country, but very quickly already we understood we have to go global. We have to work together internationally. That's also my takeaway here. Mysore needs to think global, the Netherlands needs to think global, and we really need each other. For instance, you're mentioning the semiconductor industry. We've got ASML, one of the powerhouses. I think about 80% of components go through the Netherlands in the semiconductor sector, but we don't have talent. Not enough, at least. We don't have a fab. There's a lot of the components of the whole ecosystem that we are missing. And it's the same for India at the moment. We were just at Semicon India last week, and it is very quickly and rapidly advancing, but at the same time, there is so much international collaboration needed. So we really have to sit down and see how can components from Mysore go to Europe, and how can we, with maybe talent programs or other programs, strengthen each other. So we have been working in India now already with the Innovation Network since 2008, and it started with an MOU with the Department of Science and Technology, now also with METI. We're working a lot with the Department of Biotechnology, with ICMR, the list goes on. And we started out incidentally, but now we've got quite a strong knowledge program and innovation program, and we've called it WA, because we like the word WA, like wow, but it stands for the water sector, the agricultural sector, and the healthcare and life sector. And we're looking in all those sectors, how can we use key enabling technologies? At the moment, we're very much looking into semiconductors, cybersecurity, generative AI, but also quantum technology. How can we use these kind of technologies to see if we can set up new R&D programs? And it's not only a nice name, it also comes with quite a big budget. So from the Netherlands, we've got a budget for 5 years for about 25 million euros from the government, and it gets matched by these counterparts in India to set up new R&D programs. So for instance, next month in the Netherlands, together with DST, we're organizing a big launch of a program on water and disaster management, also looking at how can Earth observation technology from India, from ISRO, IRS, so be used for water disaster management, which is a big societal challenge we have in the Netherlands as well. In the fourth quarter of this year with ICMR, we're looking at data for better healthcare. How can we create big data healthcare infrastructures together? And we've got many of these kind of programs coming up. Also for the audience, maybe quite interesting, next month in October, we've got a big cybersecurity school starting. It's open for all students from all over India. Last year, we had about 3,500 participants. This year, I think we'll have a little bit more because we've got a very strong cybersecurity sector around the Hague cluster, the Hague Security Delta, and we're connecting also with Indian universities to work on that. But semiconductors is one of the big programs that we've been working on this year. So we launched an opportunity report. We're very happy to share this with you. And out of that also, we're getting a talent program. The first Indo-Dutch semiconductor school has been done by IIT Delhi, IIT Madras, the Technical University of Eindhoven, NXP, ASML, and the Dutch and Indian government at the fourth quarter. I think it's in December this year. So thereby, we're also looking at participants. I think it is good to see that there's already a couple of hands in the audience of people that know the Netherlands, but I think that all the opportunity reports we do, we find out we don't know each other enough. So we have to try to find more platforms to work together and to actually physically get to know each other. So we have to get Dutch people to visit Mysore and more Mysoreans to visit the Netherlands. We have offices here in Delhi where I'm based, but also some colleagues of mine are here from our consulate in Bangalore. We've also got an office in Mumbai. So I think my takeaway is very much that if you have any ideas of working together with the Netherlands, do come by our office. We've got a nice Dutch cup of coffee. We also have chai, and you're more than welcome. We invite you over.
Thank you, Dr. Doi. So we are open for if there are any audience questions. If not, I will continue to ask my questions. Yes, please.
I'm just saying, give us some challenges. I don't want to give a challenge to you, Shiva, but give us a challenge that, hey, if you do this, $100 million commitment will come from GE.
Yeah.
We'll make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to as well, Sanjeev. In fact, the whole idea of really deepening our local content. And by the way, it is the local content deepening that we are thinking is not only for the products that we make for India and the ones that we export in our factories, but it is also to enable the Indian industries to export to our sister concerns and other industries as well, right? So I really, if I have to ask, what do you really need? We really need the technology that we have, because healthcare, the PCBA side of it, it's quite complex and it's a niche requirement that we have. Also has to comply to a lot of regulations, FDA and all of the now CDSCO and all of the regulations. Apart from all of this, satisfying the technical requirements, and then really, honestly, if the business has to come to India, the cost aspect the quality and delivery and all of this is given, right? It should be part of our DNA, but the cost aspect has to be met. And Santosh spoke about our northern neighbors. We have a huge, competition there. When we ask for quotes, for example, even to transfer from one area to another, it's not necessarily the best what we receive. So the help that would be required is please find ways to value engineer, partner with us to find design solutions that can help us get to the right value of the board. And we are there. I think the world is hungry to get from India. There is no doubt about it. And hence, we are also looking on how we can really progress this. So fully on board for this.
Okay, till you think of the next question. Okay, go ahead. We have a question. Go ahead. Or anyway, he got the mic. Yes, sir.
Everyone, is it audible? Myself, I am Raghavendra from Envision Technologies. My question is for Raghu. We are a deep tech startup in the area of supercomputing, specifically related to photonics. We design and develop chips. So what is the scope of the investment in this ecosystem, what you see? So this is my question.
So is the question on
The
semiconductor
Yeah, it is
photonics packaging?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. So, so part of our, you would have heard the news about 3,300 crore investment. A large chunk of that is in advanced packaging, and one such as co-package optics or silicon photonics. We are working with the Karnataka government to see how we can put an R&D line within our Chamarajanagar facility to start that packaging. So if that interests you, I'll meet up with you during the break and take that forward.
Yeah, that's very, thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I think it's a very interesting panel discussion. I learned a lot of new things during this panel discussion. So one of the questions which people keep asking when we talk to different investors and various stakeholders who are interested in this industry, incentives are fantastic. Now, Mr. Santosh mentioned about the new scheme which is going to come out shortly. And if you look at the numbers, it's almost up to 68%. But the challenge is how soon the companies can get this money back from the government, because PCB is a highly capital intensive industry. You need to really put a lot of money. This is the only industry where you put 1x, the turnover will be only 1x only, it is not 10x because of the nature of the investments and high technology. So that is one thing we all should address. Anybody can answer that, I appreciate.
I don't think any one of us will be able to answer it. I think we need to put this question in the second half.
I can just maybe add to this one. For GE Healthcare, we have. Yeah, so
because the question was more towards the government when they will definitely, give the incentives what they are promising. That is the question. Please go ahead.
So thank you for raising it. So good morning, everyone. I'm Darshan. I'm the Director of Department of Electronics, IT and BT. Very good question to a wrong panelist, by the way, because they'll not be able to answer. But I can tell you with the present process that we have, under our special incentive schemes, which KDM also can watch, even our industrial leaders can watch, we provide the incentives, capital expenditure incentives within 90 days. We have onboarded IFCI as a part of our, to look into all those aspects of it. And operational expenditure, we are looking at somewhere around 45 to 60 days. But the problem is, we have given a go-ahead for almost 28 companies till now under special incentive schemes, and only 2 companies have actually applied for it. And that is something that we are also trying to do it. We are trying to handhold it. The only thing left to do for us is to go and apply for them. So we have reached to that extent. Maybe it's some kind of internal audit that is going and all, because this year itself, Government of Karnataka has reserved close to 500 crores as a part of incentives. And till now, the claim is almost zero. Apart from the last year's to one company that we have given, the claim is quite zero. So what I request on behalf of everyone here is, Government of Karnataka has already have a set deadline. We have a set procedure. We will be able to give you incentives, capital expenditure and operational expenditure under special incentive scheme. The only thing that is left is someone should apply. So please start applying. And if there is any issues, that will be more than happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan, sir. Okay, the timer is showing just last 2 minutes. So let me summarize the panel discussion. Okay, we have one last question.
Very good morning, everyone. My name is Srinath. I'm the National Vice President for National Anti-Duplication Bureau. Our company, it's not a government, it's a private organization, turnover of 7,500 here. And we are looking for some investment on PCB. And we cannot be on directly on our own, we cannot do. We are interested for the JV with any startup. Do you have any portfolio like that? Can you help your panel to help us out to invest and monitor the things?
So there are a lot of companies, basically they want to do the JV with the Indian companies. And there are a lot of companies which are already given this information to MIT. The Ministry of Electronics has this information. So what I would suggest basically is you can contact any of the director or joint secretary at the MIT level. Then they are also able to give in a connection to the companies which are looking for a JV partner in India. So what they are trying to do is we are giving our request, what we are looking from, and then other companies are also giving, okay, they want a technology partner. And some companies are looking for an investor partner. So this information is available. So that would be the right forum where you can really get the information and then go forward very fast track. Because a couple of applications already been approved at MIT, and then they are just waiting for this kind of collaboration activities.
No, we are purely interested on the collaboration, not for the front end, we cannot be.
Okay. Also, let me add to what Santosh sir has mentioned. I was MD of Arrow Electronics, and we were representing 150 plus component manufacturing companies in India. Globally, it's a $30 billion company. And with those 150 companies, almost 80 companies are passive companies, capacitor resistor companies or PCB companies, and 70 were semiconductor companies. So if you are targeting some specific component, let's say capacitor or transformer or inductors or relays, okay, please reach out to me and I will able to connect you with the global leaders of that particular component manufacturing, because that's the network I carry from my Arrow experience. So that's something I'll be happy to assist you. If anyone is interested in a specific company connect for a specific technology connect, I have that network and I can able to help you. So the timer is showing almost over. Let me just quickly summarize. Globally, semiconductor industry is going to be $1 trillion by 2030. As I mentioned initially, semiconductor contributes 25% of electronics. That means globally, electronics industry is going to be $4.2 trillion by end of 2030. India is going to be $400 billion. And as I mentioned, our component industry is going to be almost $180 billion. It's a huge, huge opportunity. And today we are importing almost 90% of the components. Only 10% are made in India. So it's a greenfield, completely greenfield to really go after this huge opportunity. Can we take up a goal for Mysuru? Okay, if let's say 200 billion is going to be the component industry, in next 6 to 8 years, can we look at almost 5 billion of passive component and at least 5 billion of semiconductor? Can we look for $10 billion industry coming to Mysuru? And let's work towards that. Let it see what it takes, because as Santosh sir mentioned, passive components are going to get 68% incentive as per the new scheme, which will get announced next month. Semiconductor policy is already announcing 70% incentive from Government of India. What it takes is 30% additional incentive from the Indian corporate and the global technology partner. So opportunity is huge. No other country in the world is offering 70% incentive. Let me tell you that. So it's a huge opportunity. Demand is there. Then incentives are there. Talent is there. Government support is there. Karnataka government support. I think let's go for it and build Mysuru component ecosystem for manufacturing. Thank you very much.
So, just a point which Darshanji just made, little bit more focus is required. I tell you why. What happens to the government is they pick up a budget, let's say 500 crores as Darshanji was talking about. And if industries, and there are some 25 or 28 industries, as a few industries are here also in this room, who are supposed to take those benefits or incentives from the government. If they do not apply and they do not take, the department budget will not be utilized. You will have some problem in, hey, my commitment was there, I've not got my fund. But the B problem is, next year when the department will ask another fund from the finance department, they will say, friend, you have not spent your money previous one. Why should I give you the more money now? So imagine this becomes a very difficult cycle for the industry and as well as for the government to undertake. What I'm humble requesting is that please, any industry who has in the government of Karnataka's commitment to you present here, the heads of that organization, please reach out to us. I will reach out to you. Darshanji is already reaching out to you, all of you individually. We want to sit down with you and find out what are those issues. What are those things that is bothering you, which will help us to bring your paper and documentations to us, and we can release this. The more we release, the more happy you are, the more happier we are as well. So I think that's a deeper thought which I want to take a minute of yours, Sanjeevji, and give this to. Anytime, in a day, tomorrow, day after, we will come to your office. You don't need to come anywhere else. We'll come to your office, sit down with you, find out what is the issue here and resolve it. The idea is by March, we can release something to all the industry which is applied for. Darshanji will be the most happiest person in the department. Not only you, there's the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeevji. I would like to thank Mr. Santosh, Ms. Shubha, Raghuji, and Dr. Doya. A great panel. Thank you, everyone. And give a big round of applause to panel. Thank you.
I request the speakers to stay back. I also request our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Keskar, to honor our panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also call to the stage Mr. Ram Kevalu to give our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev, a memento. Thank you. Thank you so much, speakers, for giving us a wonderful bird's eye view of the kind of amazing work that has been happening in the electronic manufacturing landscape. Our next session is titled Propelling the Electronics Manufacturing Corridor, Chamarajanagar, Bangalore, by Mr. Anil Munusamy, Managing Director, SLN Technologies. Mr. Anil is the co-founder and director of SLN Technologies, a Bangalore-based embedded systems company. With degrees from IIM Bangalore, INSEAD France, and McGill University, he brings over 25 years of semicon industry experience. He's held leadership roles in key industry associations like IPCA and IATC, representing India at global electronics conventions. Mr. Anil, we are honored to have you here. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I think I have some kind of
fatal attraction towards Mysore. I've been coming here since 1986 after I completed my graduation on business. And just a couple of few days back, I underwent some eye surgery, and doctor said strictly you should not go. In spite of that, I said, no, I'm going to come when such a great event is happening. I can't be staying back in Bangalore. So that's why I'm here. So coming to the point very quickly, I believe in sharing some stories which are very interesting. Statistics, in any case, my friends have given fantastic numbers, and later on we are going to have much more interesting session on some of the statistics and all that. I'm not going to talk on that, but I'm going to focus on the subject, why we should be, promoting this corridor. I would say that actually the corridor it's actually starting from Bangalore going up to Chamarajanagar. So I just want to share on very interesting information. You must have heard about these blue zones across the world. There are about 5-6 blue zones are there across the world. They say that the people who live in these blue zones live for 100 years. If you take the statistics, they have lived, maximum number of centenarians you find in these blue zones. So if you ask me today to name one such region for ESDM, I would say that it is Mysuru. Mysuru is the place where electronic industry has started much before it started anywhere in the country, and it has always continuously it has grown. So to support this, I want to share my experience of my personal experience in PCB industry. As I mentioned earlier, I started my career in 1986, and since 86 to 1995, say in about 10 years time, I've done about 15 PCB projects across the country. So the first project, my boss, as soon as I joined, he sent me to North India. There was a PCB turnkey project was starting in a place called Daruhera. You need to pass Gurgaon and go to Rajasthan, and this is the place where this PCB project first came, and we did the complete turnkey project. And then you just, I can name, then we went to Solan in Himachal Pradesh. We did a PCB project, then Lucknow, Mankapur, then Rai Bareli, and then we also did in Maharashtra. So if you look at all these PCB projects, and then Mysuru, my first interaction in Mysuru was with the L&T. We came here to install some very sophisticated equipment those days. In fact, L&T was doing that, and Wipro was manufacturing PCs and all that. And then came Indal Electronics. Now we know that it is AT&S. And then later on in 2008, we also did a company PCB project called DMS Electronics. They are also into PCB. So now you look back into all these projects which I've done in so many years, and later on, 95, when I started my own company, we have done another 15, 20 projects, all put together about 30 plus projects. I have this experience, and I've seen how these industries started and what made them successful and where they are today. Now, giving some statistics, say about 15 companies which we started in the north, more than 12 companies have been closed down, unfortunately. Okay. Now, look at the same in the south. Okay, come to Bangalore. Whatever industry we started, got started long back, they're all thriving. They're all doing extremely well. And you can see that, these companies have grown from one, level to the other level, and they've become globally recognized companies. So what is the reason for all these things? Why some companies are not doing well in other areas, why they're doing well? So there are so many reasons for that. I would say that one major reason, I started a factory in Gujarat in Gandhidham. Gandhidham is, Bhuj, it's about 60 kilometers. One common problem we faced all these places, it is a manpower problem. The manpower, when I say it is, we have 1.4 billion people, right? Someone can ask, what is the problem with the manpower? The problem is, when we start a high-tech industry like electronic manufacturing assembly, a services company or printed circuit board, you need people with proper education, proper mindset, and the willingness to participate in the project, and they should be willing to stay here. So we started in Mankapur, one of the state-of-the-art PCB facilities. It was started 25 years back. completely closed down because nobody was willing to go there and work there because it's such a place very far off from main cities like Delhi and all that. Same thing, where Rajasthan, whether it's Raebareli and so many places. So Mysore is one place we have seen the quality of manpower is extremely good. I worked personally at AT&S, since 1989. My engineers used to tell me, sir, we are afraid to talk to the operator in AT&S. I asked, what is the problem? Sir, they are so knowledgeable. They ask so many questions, it's very difficult to face them. And you look at the kind of quality programs they have, the kind of, knowledge, transfer that happens. And people should be able to grasp that. That's very important. You can keep on teaching. We have seen, I had a lot of problems in recruiting people in Gujarat. I actually started, I'm also on their board. People come 6 months, they stay, without even informing, they'll disappear. So you can't run a high-tech industry like that. You look at Mysore, whatever we have started, they're all doing extremely well. So there is no question about it. Now, we talked about the incentives. I asked this question because, we should also look at various aspects and where do we stand? Just recently, about 1 month back, I met one principal secretary from middle of India. I don't want to name the states. He came and met me and we discussed and all that. And then we have started a factory, by the way, in that place. And that founder was asking me this question. He said, I can't ask, you better ask. So I asked the same question. How soon you will be giving the incentives? They told me that we put it in the queue, waiting list. And so far, people who applied 4 years back, they got it. And now the queue is increasing. And it could be anywhere between 4 to 6 years. We don't know. But in Karnataka, one thing what I have seen, the process is very transparent. Anybody can apply online. There is no problem. And then there are a lot of hand-holding agencies are there. Okay, so why, see the other day, about 1 month back, I was talking to Mr. Sudhir. And then I was telling him that, see, we should be able to project a big cluster. See how Shenzhen has grown. Shenzhen 35 years back, it was a village. Okay, how they have grown so big. The reason is they are able to give the capacity. They're able to give. This is the kind of infrastructure we have. Why don't you come and start here? So we should create something like that. And then Mr. Sanjeev Gupta immediately grasped that and he said, okay, we are going to make a presentation. We are going to include all that. Now the big picture what we are giving to all the investors. Starting from Bangalore, you just travel in that highway. It's Ramnagaram and Channapatna, Mandya, Mysuru, go up to Chamarajanagar. We have a corridor, ESDM corridor, which is more than 10,000 acres, which is readily available. We are not even talking about some land, we are going to convert this into an industrial park. No, it's already available. Now, what government and KDM is doing is they are identifying what patches of land, like land banks are available and to whom we can give it. Now, the best part, I think Mr. Santosh already mentioned, the best part about Mysuru region is availability of clean power and water. These are the two main ingredients for PCB industry. And plus, I already talked about, manpower and all that. It's already there, engineering colleges. All these things makes perfect sense. Now, the next, step, we want to identify the companies who are interested in doing that. And you get handholding, not only government itself has different, they have in terms of, in terms of supporting infrastructure, they have a lot of consulting companies. It's not just only one organization. You can go to any of them and tell that this is what I want to start, in this region, and they all come forward and do it. So let us make this, cluster number one in the world. And it is possible, and we have record. At least I've seen it, since 1986. Mysuru has been constantly growing, and it is only becoming more and more famous. Even I'll tell you, it's on the lighter side. We have some partners in Japan who provide this technology. They love to come to Mysuru. You give them a chance. Okay, are you coming to AT&S? They say there is a competition. It seems one of my principals told me people like Mysuru so much because they are taken care. The hospitality is so good. When they come to AT&S, right from the airport, they pick them up, they put them in a guest house or hotel. Every day they transport and they make sure that they are very comfortable. That is the best part of Mysuru. It's a hospitality. So we have all the possible ingredients to make this region successful, and we are all there to support. See, There's one thing why I'm from the industry. I run my own aerospace and defense company, and we also have a EMS facility in Bangalore. We work with some very high-tech clients, and now we are focusing only on exports. I found that when we are starting something, keep 50% of your output only for the domestic market. Remaining 50%, export it. Only when you export, your quality will improve. That's what AT&S has shown actually. In fact, AT&S on the other side, they export 98%. So they don't sell anything in India. So, but we have market domestically. We have seen Mr. Sanjeev Keskar mentioned. At the same time, you replicate the model what China has done. What China has done, they export to the world. So we should be the marketplace for the whole world. Indian market, as of now, it's less than 5% of manufacturing capacity, even though our demand is more than $2.5 to $3 billion. But let us look at the $90+ billion market and what is that contribution that we are going to do for this. So that should be the goal, and let us all work towards that. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank KDM and Government of Karnataka for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I call to the stage Mr. Jose Jacob to give our speaker a memento of our gratitude. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we're excited to present a video from an organization that has been instrumental in Mysuru's growth, Our Process Outsourcing Services Limited. Our Process is a specialized service provider in AI labeling, data management, design services, and customer support. Their mission is simple: to simplify data solutions while maintaining superior quality. Our Process has expanded their footprints to Chamarajanagar, and we couldn't be more happy. Now let's watch this video to learn more about the fascinating work Our Process is doing.
In Karnataka's growing tech landscape, prime example of global talent. He's harnessing digital technology skills and adaptation to deliver top-notch services to clients. This success is a testament to how the Mysuru cluster is charged in transforming digital talent, local service providers. This shift proving that significant have taken place.
Next up, we also have a short video from Forefront, a US-based medical billing company that is employing 300 people in Mysore and is growing in Chamarajanagar with 100 seaters to begin with. They also aim to create a women-only workplace. Over to the video.
Chamarajanagar is setting a new standard in Karnataka's GCC. From Chamarajanagar is a prime example of this. She's making strides in the US medical health services industry, delivering crucial value to clients across the United States. Her achievements highlight the Mysuru cluster's role in transforming rural. This new trend is a promising shift.
in Chamarajanagar. It is the first IT company. That is a very good thing, and I'm very happy. Personally, I usually travel from Chamarajanagar to Mysuru. Because here there is no opportunity for the employees for an educated people. So people have to travel from Karnataka to Mysuru or Bangalore or Coimbatore for the job opportunity. So opening everything here is a good thing to have very good employment for the Karnataka.
I would once again like to thank our process and Forefront for starting services in Mysore and expanding and growing in Chamarajanagar. The first GCC that came to India was Texas Instruments in 1985. They set up shop in Karnataka, and that was the beginning of Karnataka's GCC journey. Today, Karnataka is home to more than 570 GCCs out of the 1,500 plus GCCs in India. The state's unwavering support to GCCs is also apparent from the policy that is currently in the works, which is also the first GCC policy to come from any Indian state. Mysuru, a pioneer in this, is already home to several GCCs such as IBM, HGS, Nagaro, and Infosys. Our next panel discussion, titled Strategies to Elevate Mysuru's Presence on the Global GCC Map, will focus on strategies, opportunities, and challenges for Mysuru in the GCC space in the upcoming years. Joining us for this session are the following panelists: Ms. Reenu Rai, Associate Executive Director, CBRE; Mr. Pankaj Srivastava, Partner at PwC; Mr. Venkat Yerubandi, Founder and CEO, NobleSoft Technologies; Dr. Shivananda Koteshwar, Managing Director, India Site Head, Astra Labs. Moderating this session for us is Ms. Smita Hemige. Ms. Smita is the Head of Marketing and Employer Brand at ANSR. Prior to joining Answer, she held leadership roles at ThoughtWorks, CSS Corp, Unisys, Infosys, and Logica. With over 19 years of experience, Ms. Smita is a seasoned marketer who has helped corporations achieve sales growth while maintaining brand integrity. We are honored to have you join us for this session today, ma'am. I request the panelists and the speakers to come on stage.
So thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think this is a great conversation to have and a great forum. So thank you for everyone who's made this happen, and special thanks to KDM. Before we start the session, I want to set some small context, but I'd also like the panelists to very quickly introduce yourselves in a couple of lines. Some of us are not seating the way our pictures are, so don't get too alarmed about it. But also, if you can talk about one or two things that you would like to cover in today's panel, I think that will be interesting to start with.
Hi, my name is Shivanand Koteshwar, head the Astra Labs India. We just set up the center, the only employee right now. We're going to set up the whole team here. It's a US-based company. We basically do chips which get into the data centers and AI network. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Pankaj Srivastava. I'm a partner with PwC's Data and Analytics practice, and my focus is predominantly GCCs. Maybe the perspective that I'll bring in is my experience. History teaches a lot of things to us. So the evolution across the board in various other GCC areas versus what probably potential it has and where probably Mysuru can fit in.
Hi, my name is Reenu. I work with CBRE and I lead their practice for advisory, fundamentally helping clients across different industry sectors to come and set up. And I think what I would love to hear is how there was Bangalore once, and is there a way there could be a Mysore tomorrow? And that's something that I would love to hear and learn.
Venkat Yerubandi. My company, Noblesoft Technologies, we are actually headquartered in Dallas, Texas. Today, I would like to actually cover the topic of the GCC from an operator perspective, because we set up our first GCC in Hyderabad in 2004, and then we also set up in Visakhapatnam. We had to shut it down, and then we had to move to Hyderabad. So that is something that I would like to share today.
Thank you. So before we start, just so that we're all on the same page, I thought we'll do a small baselining of GCC and what can we expect. I think the fundamental driver of why organizations are looking to set up a GCC is access to talent and talent at scale, which means contextually relevant talent as well as building strategic capacity is the sole reason why enterprises are looking to set up a center here anywhere in India. And the other reason that's also doing this is the role of technology. All organizations or businesses are kind of getting Amazonized, which means that the pace at which you need to be going and implementing technology is fairly rapid. And if you don't get onto the bandwagon, you could be left behind. So with these two key phenomenons, what we're getting to see is an increased market penetration, which means the world of GCC is not just for the big enterprises alone. If we look at a brand new trend, small is the new big, which means there's a lot of micro and mini GCCs. GCCs can be anywhere from 10 to about 10,000. And I think that's the market opportunity that's available. And that opens many conversations as to, whether it should be Bangalore or if it's a smaller GCC, can it be in a city like Mysuru, which has a lot more proximity to a Tier 1 city. I think what's also interesting is traditional industries like healthcare, large parts of manufacturing, which was slow to the entire uptake on setting up GCCs, have opened up and they have started setting up centers as well. And they're all waiting in line. Even countries like Saudi Arabia, countries like Latin America are all looking to actually set up centers. So which means the opportunity is here and the opportunity is right. I would also like this panel to not just talk about now, but also if we are looking about, 5, 8 years from now, I think Tier 1 cities will be fairly saturated. And which means what should our alternate talent strategy look like? What should our location strategy look like? And how can some of this actually help strive and create competitive advantage? Large parts of what we want to talk today is actually aimed at that now, and what can we do in the future, especially with GCCs looking to be 3% of India's GDP by 2030. With that said, we're going to be talking about 4 key sections in today's panel. One is all about talent. The second is everything to do with infrastructure and what can we do with partnering with government agencies. 3 is the role of ecosystems and the powerful ally that it plays. And the last is everything to do with brand and brand Mysore that we need to create. So with that said, I'll start with the first question. We've heard Mysore, we've got a whole host of colleges. In fact, some of the world-class engineering colleges are here in Mysore. And Shivu, I'd like to start with you. What's your take on where are we with regards to talent availability, and what does that mean for Mysore to be the next GCC hub for us in Karnataka?
I'll just talk a little bit on the college part of it. I'm from Mysuru University, by the way. When I wanted to join my engineering, there were 5 colleges to join in Karnataka. UVC was number 1. KRSC was number 1. UVC was number 2. JC was number 3. NIU was number 4. Hassan was number 5. So if you're in the top, this is the college you to apply. So a lot of people who passed out in 90s, right? Most of them are from Mysuru University, and they're all across the world right now. I've worked with colleges while I was working in the semiconductor industry. I've always been connected with the colleges. Last 24 years, I've been working with multiple different colleges as board of studies members, advisory and other things. One thing which we always look at today when we engage with the college, I always say college has to be self-sufficient. When I say self-sufficient, what I mean by that is most of the colleges are looking at academics. How do we improve the subjects? And again, you're bound by the university rules and other things, but still you can do a lot within the framework of university itself. Then having a good board of studies, good advisory board, having a research wing. These are usually the first level of engagements the colleges do. I think more than that, we talk a lot about skilling, but I would like to talk about competency, because skilling alone will not take us far, because if you look at some of these technologies, software, for example, changes very rapidly, but some of the technology in semiconductors requires a very deep knowledge also. Just a skill is not enough. So I feel skill, knowledge, and attitude combination is what I call as competency, is the one which colleges should be focusing on. And every college should have their own incubation center, connect with the governments, connect with the funding agencies, research agencies, and have an extended team of people who work for the college. Because unless you have this entire ecosystem, it's very difficult to attract the right kind of people to come into your college. I think that's very, very important for the students, and you get just 4 years. So within these 4 years, how do you make sure that they get the right exposure and build the right skills? And again, futuristic skills requires a good pool of people from the industry to be a part of your ecosystem. So I think every college, that's what I mean by self-sufficiency, need to make sure that this is available here. I know there are very good colleges. I'm working with 2 colleges here also, but I feel there is something missing when we talk about talent for future. They're all looking at talent for today, but I think if you really look at some of the companies here, some of the stories you hear, I think government is doing a fantastic job in taking care of infrastructure, SOPs, skilling, giving the framework. But end of the day, if the whole ecosystem doesn't work together, it's going to be a tough one. So I'm going to stop at that. And
Maybe just like any other industry product, the university or college ecosystem also has to constantly reevaluate and change course. The reason I'm saying is a lot of the academic, at least what I see, a lot of academic institutions still move with the slightly old economy mindset, wherein if you're focusing on engineering, there's a certain way you're doing it. What I would like to see is colleges getting into formal, strong industry affiliations. They should be firmly entrenched with the training and development departments of some of the top-notch companies. Their course curriculum should evolve in a matter that is producing in some ways short-term employability of people. It is also important, if you see the shift that is happening in the world right now, the pace is extremely fast. Previously, curriculum would go out of vogue in probably 20, 35 years. Now it is changing at a pace probably 2-3 years. And I think, which means in an engineering setup, and a student joins the first year, by the 4th year, the curriculum itself has changed, the requirement itself has changed. So the universities, colleges have to be extremely agile and nimble in making sure on a yearly, 6-monthly basis, they're evaluating and responding to the needs. And that can only happen if they have very strong connects. Pick up the top-notch 10-odd companies, make sure you're connected, fully integrated with their training and development departments, and constantly evolving themselves.
View, right? I mean, you came to India, you set up a GCC or a center in Visakhapatnam, and you had some learnings, and then you've opened another one in Hyderabad. I'd like to understand from a talent perspective, what were those learnings? And so that we can go back and take some of that learnings and see how we can replicate when we're looking at Mysore as a hub.
So we actually set up our offshore center in Hyderabad. The headquarters used to be in New Jersey, and we set up the office in Hyderabad in 2003, 2004. Then we also looked at Visakhapatnam. And the first problem that we faced was internet. I mean, I'm talking about 2004, 2005. To get a T1 line, we used to pay around 1 lakh rupees per month. And T1 line is like, something like 300 Mbps. So now you can get it for 300 rupees. And it used to be around 1 lakh back in 2004, 2005. And Visakhapatnam, one reason why one reason why it failed, Visakhapatnam is very similar to Mysuru in terms of the geography and the lifestyle and the size of the city and everything. So one thing that we faced was lack of infrastructure. So which is, we're talking about internet, we're talking about, we used to work in the night shift. We actually still work in the night shift. So Visakhapatnam never had any restaurants open after 11 o'clock. Like 11 o'clock, the city sleeps. Whereas Hyderabad, it actually buzzes till like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning. And in fact, our employees, they love Hyderabad so much, they say we can actually get midnight biryani in Hyderabad. And just imagine what kind of city serves biryani at 12 o'clock in the midnight. That is Hyderabad. But Visakhapatnam, we had problems with the infrastructure and also about the facilities. And then talent pool. Again, everyone actually stressed on that point. The talent pool, anybody that is first class and above, they were always dreaming of going to Bangalore or Hyderabad or Chennai. Nobody wanted to stay in Visakhapatnam. And the people that wanted to stay in Visakhapatnam are either they have family obligations back in Visakhapatnam, or they are below average. They couldn't really get a job in Hyderabad. That's why they stayed back. Or they wanted a different lifestyle. They did not want to go to a city and come back. In fact, I come from a village. Given a choice, I would settle in my village. If everything stays the same, I would settle back in my village because that's the lifestyle that I like. And I'm sure many people here, you would love to settle in Mysuru, given a choice. I think, the infrastructure, that was one issue. And I think, we'll talk about it probably in the next questions.
Thanks, yeah. So we did stress on the need for infrastructure, right? And when we talk about infrastructure, we're talking about social infrastructure, we're talking about roads, world-class buildings, we're talking about access to, a whole host of amenities that today's employees are looking for. And I'd like to ask you, Renu, this is exactly in the middle of everything that you all do at CVRE. What's your view on if Mysore has to be, the next biggest hub for us in Karnataka? What is the 3 or 4 things from an infrastructure perspective that we need to think about or we need to start building on?
I think if I can take a step back, like when I talk about, when you speak about infrastructure, I think Mysore's got one thing already going, unlike what Bangalore did, right? So there are wide roads, there is still thankfully not too many cars on the same road. But when I'm talking infrastructure, to your point, how good is my connectivity? How stable is my power? How safe and secure is the location for me to run operations that are either day shifts or including night shifts? And I also talk about infrastructure and safety and security from having women at work. And then I bring in a small bit of element on what it means for corporate occupiers to operationalize this space, right? I need everything from security to food to housekeeping, everything for it to run successfully. So is that something that the city provides? I'm not talking about nightlife because let's face it, it varies, different places, different requests, etc. But does this city allow you to have a good way of living for employees? And I'm not going to take the younger generation to speak about, but just generally across the board. So if the city allows that, which I think to a very large extent Mysore does, it does help. But I think the other part of it is the prelude to a question that you were going to ask from a government perspective. That's okay if I can bring that in. I think there's a lot of play that comes from both the government and the corporate occupiers and the city citizens itself. It's a triumvirate that has to come together for the city to succeed. And I'm going to draw a parallel from Bangalore. Nobody across the globe, if you go back to 1970s, would know Bangalore apart from IISc. And people would think of Bangalore as a retirement city, garden city. Nobody spoke about Bangalore as tech. But there was a lot of push from the government to build the brand. So the government did awareness very strongly and aided with going out to the larger world and getting business in. So like we said, say in real estate parlance, getting an anchor tenant gets the entire ecosystem moving. And that's what the government did. So I think if for a city to function well for companies and everybody to look, so if the government can focus around the aid and the awareness part of it, I think it does help a lot of people in. And happy to speak through the rest of it.
Yeah. Pankaj, would you like to come in and give some of your insights from other perspectives that we may not have covered from an infrastructure as well as government's support in terms of building the next hub?
Yeah, I mean, I'll focus the next few minutes on what probably my suggestions would be for a city like Mysuru. So from a GCC angle, if I cut this across three proper segments, so one segment top of the notch, which is very mature, stable GCC environments. The third one, GCCs which are starting up, trying to set up operations, and somewhere in the middle. I think for a starting up GCC, it will be very difficult for anyone to convince them to kind of come to a city like Mysuru. But I go back, apart from what Smita started off saying, the key driving factor for a GCC, one is talent, and the second one I'll say is cost, and probably ease of living for the people who work out there. Two suggestions: Mysuru can either position itself as a satellite support mechanism for large GCC areas to set up smaller shops here and test waters for the next couple of years. If that model works, I think it will give a good fillip. And I go back to my experience of Hyderabad 25 years back, when they started off with setting up just one tower, asking some of the companies to come and set up smaller shops. I think that's probably one way of one suggestion for Mysuru. The other is probably more out of the box, very forward looking is, I think now the concept of living within the Indian setup itself is changing. So can we take a very strong, I look at the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, the first visit to Mysuru that way, and it's brilliant. But can Mysuru create a competitive advantage, very distinct branding with focusing more on the smart city setup? So can it position itself as a city which on top of a very good physical infrastructure has good smart city elements, which will attract people to want to come and live here? With the starting point, we've built a very good expressway connectivity to Bangalore is good. I know train setup is coming up, airport connectivity is picking up. So that probably could be a second way to look at in terms of pushing GCC companies to come in.
I just want to add 2 points. I think when I was sitting next to Sanjeev, we were looking at some of the videos he was showing me. What really interested me was the 2 examples out here. One was a forefront healthcare and our process, right? Setting up a very small center in Chamarajanagar makes a big difference, not just for the talent and for this one, but also gives a very good perspective of how a software company works. Because safety is one of the biggest concern of the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So when the parents look at their kids and want to send them to Bangalore, Hyderabad, or Noida, Haryana, right? They keep listening to the stories. They feel there's something wrong with the whole software world. When you have these kind of centers here, when they experience it, right, it makes a big difference. I think you guys are doing the right thing, setting it up and convincing companies to set up extended centers here and pockets of excellence. I'm not saying the whole company has to come here. Very defined small process or a part of the process which can be defined and given it out to a center like this, 100-seater, 200-seater, I think will make a big difference on the social fabric of the whole GCC world when we look at tier 2 and tier 3. First of all, I don't even agree with this word of tier 2, tier 3, because Bangalore itself has a tier 2 city inside tier 1 city, right? The unit of measurement of time, as all we know, distance is always time in Bangalore. If you want to go from one side to the other side, it takes 3 hours. So if you really look at it, it all depends on the infrastructure the Mysuru has, whether it's an airport, whether it's a roads today. I think it works out. It all depends on how you position it. And I think government is doing, I know many companies are working on building the brand of Mysuru. It'll make a big difference when we set it up. You know, knowing where Smita works, where some of these panelists are here, given a choice, within 2 years, they will make Mysuru Bangalore, right? With 10 GCCs coming in Mysuru, all these good things you're hearing about Mysuru will go on, right? We need to be very, very clear about it. So how will a city scale with the opportunities which is out there? Today, Mysuru might be where Bangalore was 20 years back. I grew up in Bangalore. I've seen how Bangalore was and how it is today. Mysuru will become exactly the same thing in next 20 years. What is Mysuru doing to ensure that it doesn't get clogged? What lessons have you learned from Bangalore so that we don't repeat the same mistakes in Mysuru? I think is a bigger question we need to ask. I really like what Smita started with, because we should not look at it now, next 5 years, 10 years. We need to really look at it 20, 25 years down the line and figure out what to do. I just want to end it with an example. I worked with Bhubaneswar a lot, Orissa government, last couple of years. These kind of discussions kept happening in the, in the government, with the educational institutes, with the panelists there. And what was very interesting was Bhubaneswar, I think, as per the population they have, doesn't qualify for a metro. So the central government was not funding it. State signed a check and said, we need metro because we will be clogged in the next 5 years. And I think the metro is coming in Bhubaneswar right now. So these kind of forward-looking thinking is the only way to set it up. Like, so now I was working in Synopsis earlier. We had centers in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Noida. We never even thought of any other city. But today we have a center in Bhubaneswar, right? Because of the talent and because of the entire support we got from the ecosystem.
So we did talk about upstream, downstream work that we can think about. We also spoke about talent. We spoke about infrastructure. We also spoke about the role of government. But I think there's another interesting thing, which is I was sitting in another panel a few days back, and we did talk about the role of ecosystems. And can we bring product companies actually to come and set up some of their, smaller development centers, which means they will help build some of this talent, cool startups. Can they set up their satellite teams? They will help in building talent pools. That talent pool can then become the attraction factor for, corporates. Venkat, I'd like to start with you to talk about what is the role of how you see ecosystems play out? Where do you see ecosystems bringing the entire city together to help it flourish better? And when I say ecosystem, I'm talking about academia, I'm talking about startups, I'm talking about working with large product companies like a Microsoft, Google, Amazon, so that you can collaborate. Because where GCCs are right now, it's called ecosystem for ecosystem, which means can I build my ecosystem with the same players that I have back in the US or wherever my headquarters are? Can I develop that for my team here in India? So with that, what is your view on how do you see the importance of ecosystem?
So I think, before I answer the question about the satellite offices and the remote development, because Zoho is actually already implementing that. They're actually going to the small cities and they're already doing that. But I would like to actually take us back to the Bay Area, the San Francisco Bay Area, and Seattle, Redmond. So Seattle, Redmond is very, very popular. There was no need for IT industry to develop in Seattle when Bay Area was already flourishing. So how did Seattle grow so much? Through sheer innovation. It was sheer brilliance of Microsoft and Amazon, Facebook, and you have these cluster of companies, around 7 or 8 companies. Starbucks is there, Expedia is there, and Facebook, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, obviously. So people actually, in this kind of environment, what people do? People work in one company for 3 years and take some stock options. they vest after 3 years or 4 years, then they move to another company. So there's a saying, the lions always hunt in a pack. So similarly, we need a cluster of companies coming to Mysuru. It cannot be just one company. It has to be 5 or 6 industry leaders. And that way, people will have that employment stability. So if anyone comes to, if anyone wants to move from Bangalore to Mysuru, that would be their first question. Okay, today I'm going to join Infosys. What if, I'm not interested? What if I'm interested to change my job? Is there another company? So there has to be a cluster of companies available for employees. And when I went to US in 97, 98, I was enamored by the technological advances. Everywhere there was internet, everywhere there was a phone connection and landline and so on. And how did India beat US in terms of, I'm using the word very carefully. India has already beaten probably every company out there in certain aspects. Digital payments, digital banking. India is amazing. We don't have this kind of infrastructure in US. Forget about US. Even Europe. Europe is probably like 10 years behind the US in terms of technological advances. So how did India do that? India leapfrogged all the landline, US developed the technology for 40 years, 50 years. And then India came, they jumped over all the technological advance, the technology through mobile phones. I think, today, if I'm not mistaken, India is either #1 or #2 in terms of mobile users. And digital payments, amazing. So the 40 years of advances in credit cards and banks and everything has been blown away by the digital payments of India. Now,
Venkat, we'll just park that because I think we're talking about ecosystems here in India. And, and I thought I'll ask Shivu to kind of chime in. We're talking about ecosystems where people are coming together from startups and academia. Where do you see the take and where do you see the future when we're talking about a city like Mysore, especially with the proximity to Bangalore?
I think 2 things I want to mention here. It depends on the industry we're talking about. When we talk about software, it's a very completely different world than semiconductors. In semiconductors, initially he was talking about skilling, changing every couple of years. So it's very important for the university to be connected to the industry and keep changing the syllabus and all things. What I studied in 91 to 95 is still very relevant to what I do today in semiconductors. I do not get analog experts in India, forget Bangalore. I don't have any analog experts here because people think it's boring. They don't know how it's connected. Today, it's a $1 billion market. Any IPs you do on the analog side, we do not have people. And when you look at analog engineers, we have to go to Ireland, we have to go to Canada, we have to go to some remote parts of the world to actually get these people. Putting a team together is not easy right now. And I'm very, very actively looking at analog people. So I think it depends really on the industry which we're talking about. For us, it's still relevant. Knowledge is everything. Skill is a part of it. Skilling is very, very important. No 2 ways about it. But I would say it's 80-20 kind of a split for knowledge and skill in semiconductor industry. I think what we should look at it is if you really want to build, I like the Zoho example he gave. If you really want to build a particular expertise in a particular city, it's a multi-year program. And it has to start with the university. You need to tap into the right professors in the universities and enable them, fund them, get them more research opportunities, give them more PhD students. And the corporates actually can start funding the PhD students in those colleges. And then over a period of time, you build that expertise. And naturally, that part of the functional unit, right, can be easily set up in Mysore, right? For my team also, if I see that there is a pocket of expertise, which I cannot find anywhere in the world, it's nothing to do with the city, right? I would definitely come to Mysore and say, this is something which I want to build. But it's a multi-year effort. It's not, cannot happen in 2 to 3 years. That's one thing I want to tell. Analog is one, design for test is the other one. The second one is the Mysuru company. Right? Raghu is a good friend of mine. He's setting up, he's the CEO of the company now. You're hearing a lot of news about this company. They're setting up a PCB plant here. They're setting up a unit, this one, assembly plant in Gujarat. But if you think about it, they will need people. They need skills. Why can't Mysuru be the skilling center of all the centers which is coming up across India? It might be in Gujarat. It might be in UP. It might be in Orissa. Doesn't matter. Why can't the skilling center be Mysuru? Now, when you start doing a skilling center, 4 years down the line, if somebody wants to set it up, naturally the option would be Mysuru because you already have talent here. So I think if you start looking ahead on the whole ecosystem play, then it will make a lot of sense to actually set up the training centers here for these kind of skills, which is very much required here. And the last thing I want to tell is, everything happens because of an individual also sometimes. There are a lot of Mysoreans outside, right? Why can't we get them as brand ambassadors and give them an opportunity to market Mysuru officially, not when they come for a vacation here? Why can't we tap into some of these people? Because most of them are empty nesters. Kids have gone out, but they can't move out of US right now. The whole ecosystem is in US. But why can't we give them a 2-year kind of an engagement program for them to come and work in Mysuru? They're from Mysuru. They'll be the fantastic spokesperson for you. And I think they can actually be a big, big catalyst for a different set of industries which has happened here. There are multiple examples across the world where countries have done it. Taiwan is one of them. Taiwan actually reached out to 100 people across the world and said, the country needs you. Come back. And these were the CEOs and the CXOs of different companies. They came back to Taiwan when the industry was going through a slump and started companies, ran companies, and you know where Taiwan is right now. So I think we should start looking ahead and try to see how we can tap into some of the people who have actually done it, proven, because India management and leaders don't have the breadth of what some of the people outside have. So I think that's one of the things which we can tap into.
Only one point that I would like to leave on the ecosystem is a thought around accelerators and incubators, which helps everybody all around and addresses a lot of the points that we're speaking out from startup, corporate companies, etc. But that's something that does enable a city's growth to a very large extent.
So we are just in time for our last question. And Renu, I'd like to start with you, which is, I think, brand Mysore. Brand Bangalore was built very intentionally, and I think there was a lot of laser focus. And I'm looking at Sanjeev when I'm doing this, but can we, if you're thinking about brand Mysore, what would be the narrative that you think we should be saying to the world?
I don't know if too many people will like me saying this, but the way I would, would look at brand Mysore is how we are talking India, China +1. Maybe it needs to be Bangalore +1. We're right now in a location which is literally at the cusp of being a second city. It is a twin city to Bangalore. It can take, lean on to Bangalore for a lot of things that it needs. You don't need to build an international airport. I'm sorry, but it takes you less time to get from Bangalore airport to Mysore than it takes from Koramangala to get to the Bangalore airport. So there's a lot of leaning that can happen from into Bangalore. And that helps us. So that's one thing that I would look at from a Bangalore +1. The second, there was a strong intent that the government had when it was talking brand Bangalore. It was spoken. There was a lot of, a very strong PR machinery that ran in building brand Bangalore. And I think enabling that would really, really help building the brand Mysore. The more people speak, the more it is information publicly available, the more there is word of mouth around out there. That's what is going to help us build Mysore to what it needs to be.
Yeah, just to build on that thought, I think strategies to elevate Mysure's presence. One of the immediate short-term things could be go and tap the top 10 GCCs by revenue, speak to them, give them something which is on the eastern side of Mysore with the connectivity established, give them a ready-made facility. I know you're already building something. So the top 10 by revenue, it becomes the Bangalore +1 model for them. Another challenge, and I think it's a good, timing-wise, it's good. I speak to tons of GCCs, and all the top mature ones are struggling or grappling with the same problem that companies had 25, 30 years back when they offshored work to India, which is cost. They're being challenged on cost. We must do a small study which says if you operate out of Mysore, what is the cost arbitrage? And that is something that can drive these top 10. I'm sticking to the top 10 because the newer ones, the ecosystem building, the product-oriented view, all of that will take time to establish. But this is an immediate task. Then we take the top 5 system integrators, tell them you can run very efficient operations, more cost-effective operations. So that could be your next slot. Amongst these 15, I think we can easily find out maybe 2,000 to 3,000 people who have a Mysore connection, would want to come back, and works very well from optimizing their operations. So just very focused, targeted, 15-oriented view. And I think that will give a good starting point for Mysore, for the starting impetus that is required.
Just want to add one point. I think, there is, Mysore has to get into artificial intelligence. So the whole world is buzzing about artificial intelligence, and people actually talk about generative or predictive AI, but for AI to operate, you need semiconductors. You need the underground data centers and semis. So with the strong foundation in electronics, Mysore can actually position or pivot itself into a AI hub. How to brand? I would say probably that's going to be a great narrative.
Can I just add some facts on the table for all of you to look at it? First is that currently the ITS companies in Mysuru is employing roughly around 25,000 people as on today, plus as on today. So you have this ecosystem of ITS companies, talent employable right now available, which is there. Supply is I'm not talking about. So your laterals and everything is there. Just one fact. The second fact is around 7 to 8 GCCs are operating from Mysuru as on today, with some capacities of 1,000 plus. Another fact for you is to consider, especially Astra Labs, is that AMD has given a design outsourcing work to a company here with 250 people here. So the VLSI skills. LTTS has 5,000 engineers on design, which are operating from Mysuru plus 5,000 plus. So this city, the facts is there. The other one is the infrastructure side, right? We are coming up the Global Technology Center here from the government of Karnataka, which is to plug and play facility for this, which is a 200,000 square feet, approximately 2,500 seater operations. Just to let you know, before it even get launched, almost 60-70% LOIs are already available to occupy the space. Apart from this, the private IT parks, etc., are huge, and all of them are flourishing very well. What I wanted is also to look at from your consideration. See, you all are highly networked. I'll send you these, details to you, right? But I need this message to go a little bit larger audience, and people like CBRE and ANSR and the US and from Astra GCC network. You share studying that. I will get certain leads from that part to convert them into my own basket of clients for the Mysuru. So one is sharing the facts with you that where we are today, Mysuru, it's not at a very nascent stage. It's a stage where we can now explode, right? On the side of that, how the Mysuru should not become a Bangalore, right? We have a ring road in Mysuru, but the corporation is looking for a second ring road in Mysuru. So you have a very different plan for this part, and these facts should be known to you and to the audience here, because fortunately today this audience is 80% out of Mysoreans who has come to Mysuru today. They are not local people here around. So many people have come down. So all these are, I thought I will plug in with this fact because this will be useful for all of you. Back to you, Smita.
Yeah, I know we are time's up, but before we wrap up, I'd like one last thing to make this fun before we end. If you had to sum up whatever we spoke in one line, what would that be? And we'll start with you, Venkat.
Artificial intelligence.
I would say Bangalore +1.
I'll say immense potential. Immense potential for Mysore.
I like what he said. I think a lot of us don't know the data. So I think it's just the information.
So thank you. Thank you for the audience for patiently listening to us, and for my fellow panelists who've been, extremely knowledgeable and sharing your insights with us, and appreciate it. And thank you, Sanjeev and KDM, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Smita.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request our moderator, Ms. Smita, to present a token of our gratitude to the different panelists. I also call to the stage Mr. Santosh Gundapi to give Ms. Smita a token of our gratitude. Thank you so much, speakers. Coming up next, we have a short video about a company who has a production base in Mysuru, but is already catering to premium global supply chains by making in India for the world. They are one of the country's only PCB manufacturer with capabilities to support the entire spectrum of the state-of-the-art microelectronic applications. Yes, I'm talking about none other than AT&S. To see more about the interesting work they're doing in Mysuru, let us watch a short video. Coming up next, we have an exclusive interaction with Mr. Sanjeev Jain and Mr. Ram Kevalur. Mr. Sanjeev Jain is Wipro's Chief Operating Officer and a member of the Executive Board. With over 30 years of experience, he's a master of organizational efficiency and client-centric growth. Previously, he's led Wipro's global business operations and held leadership roles at Kyndryl, IBM, Cognizant, and GE. Joining him on this fireside, we have Mr. Ram Kevalur. Mr. Ram Kevalur is transformation leader and strategic advisor with extensive experience shaping entrepreneurial ecosystems in emerging India. As a co-founder of eCircle.org and CSO and board member of Micrographia, he leverages his background with global corporations and startups to drive socioeconomic impact in emerging cities and towns. I request both the speakers to come on stage.
Check, check. It's not an easy task, Sanjeev, to have the session before lunch, especially with some aroma coming into the room from outside. We will try and make the session as interesting as possible. Thank you, Sanjeev, for coming here on short notice, and welcome back to Mysuru. You did mention to me yesterday that you've come here many times as a tourist. But I guess this is the first time you're coming wearing your corporate hat. Yeah. It's a privilege and pleasure for Mysuru to welcome you. I'm extending a warm welcome to you on behalf of Mysuru.
Thank you.
So the conversation, hopefully over the next 15 minutes or so, Sanjeev, is largely around the changing landscape of technological services from India and how it's transitioned from what it started off in the 90s to what it is now, and how different operating environments are coming up based on many changes. So we would love to hear from you. I know that in the recent past, you've just taken over as the Chief Operating Officer of Wipro. And as you must have heard through the day, Wipro laid the foundation for the growth of Mysuru way back in the late 70s and early 80s. Just to set the context a little bit, right? We're looking at an industry which is more than $300 billion. Almost contributes 8-9% to the GDP of the country, and close to about 10 million people in terms of workforce who are associated with this industry. And India, thankfully, because of everything that's happened over the last 20-25 years, is actually leading the change in a big way, right? So what are your thoughts on this changing landscape, the changing digital landscape, and how are big corporates like Wipro and many others gearing up to this change? And how do you foresee them leading this over the next few decades?
Yeah, thank you, Ram. First of all, thank you everyone for inviting Sanjeev. Special thanks to you. In my past role at IBM, I met Sanjeev and he asked me to come to Mysuru. I'm glad IBM has come to Mysuru, and now I'm following Mysuru with Wipro. So whichever company you are, I think Mysuru is a common factor and is a good destination. So that's the first point. See, when it comes to, and I was very happy with the AT&S video. What it told me is 24 hours, whether you are sleeping or awake, AI is working. I think that was the message I took. So to answer your simple question, what I see significantly changing in all our lives, personally, professionally, for individuals, for corporates, is basically start learning and loving AI. I think a lot of times we worry about, is AI going to take away our jobs? What do? I studied this, etc., etc. And if I reflect on my career, and all of you can reflect on your careers, none of us were born to work on Java full stack. None of us were born with cybersecurity skills. I'm a basic mechanical industrial engineer. Y2K happened, and Y2K actually got us into ITES industry. And apart from artificial intelligence, there is a lot of natural intelligence all of us have, which is very, very important to continue and nurture. That's a big thing which I would say. So one is AI is emerging at a faster pace than either companies or the clients can even apply. So what it means for companies is to really work closely with the clients, to co-create solutions, to experiment with it. Is there a ready offering? Is there a ready solution available? Maybe very few. But I think in the future, I think there will be a lot of such platforms, applications available. And also with AI comes a big, I would say, responsibility come challenge on responsible and ethical AI. I think all the technology is great, but I think we have to be ultimately take care of community, society, and privacy aspects. One thing about AI is, European countries have put a lot more legislation than possibly India and US. But that's very important to consider that while AI is good, technology is good, but have good guardrails to make sure we are using it very responsibly, very ethically. Second area I feel from a change in the industry perspective is significant shift on cybersecurity. I think the more data we use, the more technology we embed, it comes with its own need to protect. And that's all about with cybersecurity. Cybersecurity resilience is really, really significant. I think that's second. The third area that I am seeing that's emerging, especially with China Plus One we spoke about, and with the chip shortage that happened, and India has launched a semiconductor policy, we are seeing significant demand for VLSI with our clients. So I think these three areas, I think AI, cybersecurity, and VLSI will drive the next big disruption that I have seen in the last 30 years, from being Y2K to basically mainframe to we came into client server, and then we get into a lot of digital transformation. But these three I would say will be driving the future growth of the world technology. India being the talent powerhouse, I would say, is a significant role to play.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Very well articulated. And I think the AI bug has gotten on with many other smaller industries. As my close friend Madan Padaki would say, the newest Belpuri shop is called Chat GPT now. So, it just talks about the all-pervasiveness of AI. As the Chief Operating Officer of Wipro, I think one thing that I'm thinking keeps you awake is the need for you to continuously evolve and innovate on the operating models. COVID was a significant milestone in our lives. It's changed various perspectives on how organizations can run, how employee-centric an organization can get, et cetera, et cetera. So not getting into too much of those details, I just want your perspective, Sanjeev, on how Tier 2 or emerging India has become a significant part of the post-COVID era, as to how now work is actually moving to where people want to live. Because if you see the 90s to 2020s era, it was all about moving most of India to Tier 1 cities to be part of the global conglomerates that we were building. But post-COVID, the Maslow's theories, et cetera, have been put to use to a greater extent, and people are actually wanting to live in smaller cities and so on. So how do you see this change impacting some of your operating models, and how do you see the future of your operating models building up?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. See, before you think about Tier 2 city or anything else, the way I think is there are three aspects for every company to consider before you decide what to do. And these three are work, workplace, and workforce. And I'll talk a little bit about them. We have to constantly define what is work, what is the work we do. The work we did few years back is no longer the work we do today. Right? So I think it's very important to define, am I in a work which is getting automated, eliminated, or am I in a work which is going to enhance, grow? Am I doing repeatable work? So what's the work, right? I think it's very important for each of us in our industries, and frankly, as individual, for our role to define what is the work we do, and work is changing constantly. The next is workplace. When it comes to workplace, COVID actually was a big differentiator, right? Our home became the workplace, dining table became a work. In fact, now office has become a coffee shop, right? People say that I'll go to office to network and work from home. I think very, very significant shift. So workplace has changed. Now workplace is not just a networking place. It has become an emotional place. It has become a place where people are expecting the companies to take care of wellness, to take care of stress relief, to take care of employee assistance, right? To me, when I joined, it was all about like working night shifts, graveyard shifts, and even if you get transport, we were happy. But I think now it's all about getting to the higher levels of Maslow's needs to be addressed in office, which is diversity, equity, inclusiveness. Right. So that's about the work place, I think significant shift, which is where, tier one cities give a lot of stress. After day's work, you drive back home, you add to the stress. And when I come to Mysuru, hotel to wherever I go, it's 20 minutes and I just can't believe it. I generally plan my day, I can take a 1 hour call on a road, but in Mysuru, I have to figure out, I have to be, plan a call in office at home. But the third important dimension is workforce. When I talk about workforce, a significant shift I have seen is when I graduated, it was all about what's your degree, how many years and experience, etc., etc. And all of us possibly climbed that Maslow's ladder of roti, kapda, makan, and all that stuff. But today's workforce is all about skill, all about, it doesn't matter what degree, what university, what location you are. If you have the right skill, I think that's all matters. And today's generation, thankfully for a lot of us who are parents, have taken care of Maslow's first three needs, roti, kapda, makan, food, shelter, clothing.
Right.
So today's workforce, including my kid, is looking for purpose, which I am now trying to figure out purpose of my life at my age. But today's workforce is actually looking for purpose when they look for a role or for a company. I think that's extremely important to consider. And I find it that's the single most thing, if you ask me from an operating model standpoint, that keeps me really sometimes worried is the generational diversity gap in the companies that we have. Today, I have a 40 plus or a 50 plus year something interviewing a 20 plus year something. Both are unable to relate to each other. Both are trying to find common ground. And both are unable to find that common ground. So the 40, 50 plus is looking for someone who is coming to join and be stable and be growing in the company. And the person who is interviewing is actually looking for, hey, what is in it for me? What project can I be put on? And somehow I find there's a huge resistance, I think, in our generation, frankly, to accept the younger generation. And why I'm saying this because when we want to hire, somehow I feel, and I'm sure about many other companies might agree, we say there is a lot of question mark on the freshers from the campus. I don't get it. When we all graduated 30 years back, not knowing anything about technology, and we are able to figure it out, these guys who are coming out now with all the IT, they are like born in IT era, they will figure it out. So somewhere I think for generation like us has to give up and start empowering, delegating a lot more. I think that's a big shift in the operating model from my perspective. Hierarchical organizations will not work.
Super, Sanjeev, well put. And talking about embracing a much more distributed operating model, I think what becomes a double-edged sword is the relevance of the talent. Of course, you spoke about how people quickly come up the curve and it's not a big issue. But I know that Wipro as an organization is spending a lot of time with institutions and academia and in shaping the future workforce, right? In terms of skilling them the right way, upskilling them, and probably future skilling them and being future-proof on many things. Could you just shed us some light on, what these activities are?
Yeah, no, thanks, Ram. See, to me, very clearly, I believe and tell all the team that skill is the currency. It's very, very important to understand what it means to us. All of us in our companies report revenue in terms of dollars, report profitability in terms of dollars, and we relate to dollar as a currency. But whether it's revenue or profit, ultimately it has to translate into right role, right time, right skill. So skill becomes the currency. Now, having said that, what's important and what we do in Wipro is we really constantly upskill our talent, which is, I'm very sure, not just us, everyone in the technology industry does it. So it's very, very important to do multiple things. One is when an employee joins us, I think every couple of years, based on their domain experience, we skill them in their area of career aspiration. Yeah, so we give them a view of where is the future demand, and they look at it, and they actually look at where do they want to go. And we all have systems which are AI enabled, called a talent marketplace. Think of it like a shadi.com, where an employee can say, I want to, kind of go and do this kind of work. And the AI system would tell to do that. Your current skill is this. This is the gap. These are the learning paths that you take, or these are the next few roles that you take and you grow. That's one part of skilling that we do to drive career aspiration of employees. The second is for the employees, a lot of employees who join as graduates. And everyone, I think, at least from India, they or their parents have a desire that the child has to do postgraduate or even if required a PhD, right? The parents are more, and they are more tuned towards the more education or the more degrees they have that actually helps them learn more. It's a very positive mindset. So as a company, what we do is we have tied up with BITS Pilani, we have tied up with Indian Institute of Science, where we have our employees actually register for their master's program. It could be MTech, it could be the PhD projects. Really look at how we can give employees the time. We call it work integrated learning programs. And instead of a 2-year MTech, they would do it over 4 years. But it helps them because they are also learning, and I think they are able to work. Coming to campus, right? I think that was what you asked. So I spoke about the employee side of it. Coming to campus, we all at least generally go for hiring. And that to me is not being progressive enough. I think we need to either pay back or pay forward, whatever you call it, from our social responsibility perspective. Academia cannot be left alone. And what we have started doing is we have started engaging with some of the universities which are nearby our delivery locations, globally. I'm talking globally, not just India. And then identify what skills that we need in that delivery location. And for that particular skill, give a content and curriculum for that university and set up a center of excellence. And engage with the students from 5th semester onwards for a 8-semester program. So I think we actually have 4 semesters and we make it as a part of the curriculum. So what it helps is we have credits for the students studying the curriculum that we have given. It could be in the area of cybersecurity. It could be in the area of data science. It could be AI. It could be robotics. It could be VLSI. And then we work through them for the 4 semesters, provide them internship opportunities, and then have an open mind. If they want to still join us, they're very welcome. So I think one is engaging with students at an early age. When they join, continue to upskill them. And as they are upskilled, they want higher degrees. I think we just want to make sure we have tie-ups at the other end. So it's end-to-end is what is very important from a skilling standpoint that we took at.
Fantastic, fantastic, Sanjeev. Hopefully, you're just starting a new trend that all the organizations will tend to follow in due course. I got a quick message saying, Ram, there's enough shooting that's happening around the bullseye. Why don't you just get to the bullseye, right? So the question for you is, Wipro laid the foundational stones in Mysuru way back in the 80s when nobody else was thinking of Mysuru. And as you might know, Sanjeev, a traditional South Indian meal actually starts with a sweet dish, right? So the Mysore pa is already on the plate. But we want the Bisibele Bath, right? Which is the main course, right? So your thoughts on how is Mysore? Now, in the panel just before us, we had people talking about how Mysore is almost a twin city to Bangalore now. Distances have crunched. You can get to Mysore much faster than getting to between 2 points in Bangalore. Hopefully, thanks to His Highness intervention, airports for global connectivity and national connectivity is going to become a reality soon. So could you just give us some hope and perspectives on how the industry in general and hopefully Wipro in specific can leverage Mysore in due course?
No, sure. I think the very reason I came is to show the commitment and the intent. Wipro started here almost 50 years back with manufacturing side. And we continue to be committed. We have plans to grow. We have been talking yesterday even with the teams. I think what we are looking is really first get onto the skill side of the equation. I think on the Bangalore, when it comes to Mysore, at least you have put the horse before the cart. That is, you have put the infrastructure before you got the companies in a large way, unlike other companies which actually went the other way. So I think that's a big positive. The infrastructure is there. I think we just need to get the talent at scale to get, and we will be very happy to engage with a lot of universities. I was talking to our team. So really, I want to see where are my employees who will join me next year and the next year and the next year. So that's a significant effort that we will make consciously. The other thing I would say is we have a lot of talent in every company in Mysuru, including ours. And I was challenging the team. Work will not come on its own. There has to be brand ambassadors from Mysuru. When I used to work in GE in Hyderabad, It was so difficult to move work from even US to India and US to Hyderabad.
Correct.
That we used to have a program where, we used to send people to be in our client locations. And I myself lived in US for a couple of years to build the trust, build the credibility. And then when I moved back, I moved a lot of work back with me. I think we have to think like that, even for the companies in Mysuru. You just wait for someone sitting in some corporate office will take a decision and something will happen. Of course, that will happen to some extent based on cost parameters. But to make it more sticky and make it more sustainable and make it really more, I would say personalized. I really want the talent, and I was really challenging our team. I think Mysuru is great. I know everything is good, perfectly fine. But for a few years, become the sales agents, become the client partners, right? Or in our language, we call client partners of Mysuru.
Right.
And go and sell Mysuru. Just sitting, KDM doing and doesn't help. I think we just need our employees to be the brand ambassadors in our global centers and our clients.
Super. Well said, Sanjeev. You're sitting in front of one. I'm hoping to be one. So thank you for that encouragement. One last question before we all wind up for lunch is, there are many things, as you rightly said, the building blocks are in place. We are not putting the cart ahead of the horse here in Mysuru.
Yeah.
And there's also enough thought process being spent on ensuring that we don't make Mysuru another Bangalore, for lack of a better phrase, right? But based on your own personal experience, I know that you've grown up to 10, 15,000 people in Mysuru, right? Covering a variety of services. And there are many other companies that have slowly started growing. Are there two major things that you would want Mysuru as a city to focus on to be actually attracting more and more enterprises and talent into the city?
See, my suggestion is technology brings development. Development brings a lot of stress. And I hope Mysuru, as we are investing, we are developing, if somehow we can keep wellness, we can keep stress at the heart of it.
Yeah.
Position Mysuru as a city where you can do the work and you can relax. I think a lot of times I've seen many cities, it's really work.
True.
Yeah, I think, and when I frankly, for the last 24, 36 hours I've been here, I'm actually feeling relaxed.
Yeah.
And that's to me a very, very important thing not to miss in our lives. There is work, there is life. And Mysuru can actually help embrace both work and life. If that's something which I can really, it's very difficult, by the way. But I think Mysuru in the current state has it, so you can preserve it. So don't let it go away.
So Chat GPT with a lot of toppings of Chat GPT is what you're saying. So we'll try.
Chat GPT or whichever way, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev. Such a pleasure talking to you and getting your insights. We probably have just 1 minute to take 2 questions for Sanjeev here, or if there's anything I can answer for you. Any questions? Sure. Can somebody pass on a mic to the gentleman?
I mean, to really grow a cluster like this, is there a plan from Mysoreans on about 50 new schools, 50 new colleges, 50 new hospitals, clinics, unless we attract, and chefs of different cuisines? So culture becomes a very critical factor.
Correct.
Social infrastructure is most important.
Correct.
People actually flock if that really stays strongly. And I don't know whether there's a master plan. I mean, you just mentioned the outer ring road, but it's always important for leadership to know what the leadership here is seeking to do in a 20-year time frame. I don't think 25 years ago we thought there'd be 6 million of us in the tech industry, but it did happen. And there was really no master plan. It just sort of all happened. But the next wave, we've got so much of history. Do you all envisage it on that basis? Each city is a tier 1 city for its own depth. When I'm sitting, he's talking about shipping stuff to great majors of the world, whether it's automotive, whether it's phones, whatever it is. And it did start 50 years ago. But that 20-year, 50-year thinking, do you all embed it in the system? How do we do that?
So yeah, so let me say, we do have what we call a location strategy, and we all have our plans. So we today know where is the footprint for us globally for 250,000 employees, 60 plus countries. So I think on a global scale, we do look at what are the future options. Tier 2 locations globally are definitely being looked at. I think the question is when and how, the scale, I think we don't have. But all I would say is I know culture is important. I know everything is important, but please don't make Mysore a pub city. I think we confuse culture and we kind of somehow get there. And keep the Mysore Pak culture, right? I think I would the Dasera culture. I think that's what will make it stand unique. Otherwise, you will then be compared with the Bangalore, compared with, I don't know why folks compare and why do we want to compare Mysore even with Bangalore. Mysore can be a standalone center globally. It happens to be near Bangalore. Doesn't need to have anything to do with Bangalore. In my mind, I think I'm just thinking about.
Thank you for that. I think there is like Sanjeev and Sudhir can talk eloquently about everything that is being planned to keep Mysore's ethos and fabric intact and still help the industry and the digital economy grow. So maybe we can have an offline conversation on some of that. Yeah. Thank you so much, Sanjeev.
Thank
really
you,
appreciate your time and
thank you.
Hoping to see you more
Sure,
in Mysore. Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. I request the speakers to stay back. I also invite Mr. Sudhir Rao to present the speakers with a token of our gratitude. With that, we come to the conclusion of the first half of our day. We will now be breaking for lunch. During your lunch, we encourage the delegates to take a stroll outside and witness around 25 plus startups who put up their stalls. We have startups from Mysuru, Kalburgi, and we also have startups who are part of the Beyond Bengaluru Mysuru Blue event. We also have a Startup Karnataka stall from the Department of Electronics ITBT. We encourage the startups here to visit the Startup Karnataka booth and register themselves as a part of Startup Karnataka, which will help them avail the incentives under Karnataka startup policy. I once again repeat, we will now be breaking for lunch. Lunch will be provided across the hall for the delegates. I request the speakers to follow our team members for their lunch menu. Thank you. We request the audience to be back in the auditorium by 1:40 p.m. Thank you. The lunch is being provided across the hall for delegates, and I request the speakers to follow our team members for their lunch venue, and we hope to see you back by 1:40. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಫುಲ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಿಡಿ.
Welcome back, everyone. I think we still have a few people who are finishing up their lunch, but I have a set of questions. So how many people here are from Mysore? Okay, we have quite a number of people. So would you consider yourself someone who knows a lot about Mysore? Would you consider yourself a native Mysorean? I have a test for you folks, and for other people who have been in Karnataka for long enough to call themselves a Mysorean, I have 3 questions for you guys, and I have 3 goodies that will come with these questions. So the first question is, we've all seen those really beautiful silk turbans that they wear. You remember the traditional Mysore silk turbans? What is the name of that turban? What is the traditional name? Okay, I have so many answers. They're all right answers. Next time around, please raise your hand so that I can have one right answer. I think I have the response here from first. Yes, that is Mysore. It is the Mysore Peta. And we have a small goodie from Rank Book. First, sir, your name, please. Mr. Atul. Uncle. Yes. It is indeed the Mysore Peta. Fret not, for I have 2 more questions. Okay, the second question I think is slightly a tad bit more difficult. And this time around, gentle request, please do raise your hands. I know all of us know the answers, but sometimes it makes it easier for one person to win if you can just raise your hands. Who invented the automatic water floodgates for dams? I think we will answer. The first person who raised the hand there was the sir in the red shirt. Please, may I know your name, sir? Sorry? Nagavendra, sir, please can you come forward to the stage? We can give you our goodies. It is indeed right. It was Sir Vishwesharaya who invented the automatic water flood gates. Although he did not patent it though, despite being the first person to ever invent automatic water flooding gates. Okay, the final question. Personally, I love music. Do we have music lovers in the audience? So what kind of, do you listen to Carnatic music? Because this question is related to like Carnatic or like Hindustan music. So this question is about a veena. So in today's day and age, we play the veena horizontally, but did you know that previously it was played vertically? Sorry? No, but who is responsible for this change from the, yes. Before I could even finish the question, I have answers. It was Mr. Veena Sheshadri who is responsible for making the veena go from being played vertically to horizontally. So may I know your name, sir? Vishwas. Please do come forward to the stage, sir. I will have to stop for now. I only have 3 trivia questions. We will now have to get on to the second half of the day. I hope that was a nice Mysore trivia to trigger the true Mysorean in all of you guys. So next up, we have a special address titled Bengaluru GAFX 2024 and AVGC Policy 3.0. This is something that is special for us because it's a recent policy, and we have Mr. Srinivas from Abai who will be giving us a better understanding as to what Bengaluru GFX contains and also what the AVGC policy has. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be presenting Asia's biggest event in animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics, Bengaluru GFX, and also presenting the 3rd version of Karnataka AVGC policy, which has been recently released. So before that, I would like to quickly tell about ourselves. I represent ABAI, earlier known as Association of Bangalore Animation Industry, established in 2006, working with the support of the ITBT department and the government of Karnataka towards the skill development and product development and ecosystem development in the space of animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics for the state of Karnataka. We have been working on a lot of initiatives along with the ITBT department and the government. Primarily, we have worked on creating a very huge property, an event called as Bengaluru GFX, which happens every year, and it happens around the first half of every year. And this year, we had a very successful event in January 2024, which had about 12,000 plus footfalls, 12,000 plus participants, with about 200 studios participating, with about 60 buyers from across the world coming and listening to pitches from startups. Apart from that, we had conferences, sessions. First time, I mean, not first time, but we have been doing it from the first time, only event where you have traditional and digital competitions happening parallelly, and also a lot of other parallel tracks of making of blockbuster movies from Hollywood, Bollywood, and all the other industries and games. So to begin with, quickly, I would like to play a clip of this year's GFX, and then I would move on to the next part of the presentation.
Join all the other participants that we take to work to make this capital for creativity. These gatherings will be giving knowledge. Our government today expects all possible help for religion, all possible ways. Has been a truly mind-blowing and unbelievable experience that the Karnataka government is going to be giving you and behind you 100% all the way through. As all that it requires to make the new and Karnataka sure that Karnataka is leader in it. This is a good level taking ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಒಂದು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ I like it, I like it.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is the pride of our state, Asia's biggest event in animation, visual effect, gaming and comics held at Bangalore every year. And the coming year in 2025, it's going to be on February 27, 28, and March 1st at the Hotel Lalit Ashok. Yet to be confirmed, but most likely it's going to be there. And please don't miss this event. This is one of its kind event, and probably anywhere in the world you would not find such an event which encompasses everything that is related to media, entertainment, metaverse, AR, VR, immersive media, everything that you can think of. So this happens for 3 days, and through this platform given to me by KDM, and special thanks to Sanjeev ji, I invite all of you to this event happening on February 27, 28, and March 1st. Well, after GAFX, I think I would like to move on to our next property. The next big brand that we created was setting up Asia's or probably the world's first ever center of excellence in the field of animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics. And this was set up roughly about 3.5 years back in Bangalore again. And this center of excellence is the biggest facility anywhere you would find, with all the technologies that have been used there, emerging technologies like photogrammetry, motion capture, head motion capture, virtual production, and many others, which is used in the field of content creation for the media entertainment industry. And right from blockbuster games to the biggest Hollywood, Bollywood movies, everything has been, most of the work has been done in our facility. To name a few, we have worked on Vikram, Bedia, Salar, Valmale Kotawali Ban, Turbo. We are working on Kantara, we are working on Pushpa 2, and many others that is coming up. And we are creating, we mainly create digital humans. So quickly, to more than words, I think the video would give a lot of meaning to what I'm speaking about. If I can, the next video to be played.
Namaste, this is a very, very nice place. A lot of technicalities.
Thanks for watching. This is the, as I told you, this is one of its kind facility, and I would invite all of you to visit it in Bangalore, in Whitefield, and see for yourself uh, what it can bring a significant change in what you are into. And I'm told that the time is running so quickly. I don't know how I'll wrap up the policy in less than a minute. So AVGC policy 1.0, Karnataka was the first state. It has always been the forerunner and the leader in the space of AVGC for years together. The first version of the policy was launched first ever in the country in Karnataka in 2012. We followed up with the second policy in 2017, and we followed up with the third version of the policy in 2024, which is live up to 2029. And there are a lot of features in the policy. It's a very big document. I think it's available online. Quick highlights what I would like to tell you in the next 30 seconds. This was launched at the GFX 2024 version this year in January. And we have various incentives for startups, various incentives for even the medium size and big size studios in the space of animation, visual effects, and gaming. We have about 40 to 50% early stage startups. We are giving 40 to 50% startup support for setting up their infrastructure, marketing, promotion, and development. And infrastructure support, 20%, capped at 20 lakh rupees. And we are giving for IP creation, for domestic IP, 5 lakh, and the international IP, we are giving about 20 lakhs. And production grants of 20% on animation series, AR/VR projects, VFX projects, game development, and gaming platforms. So for every field, we have covered it, and this is a very comprehensive policy, and I think it's one of the best policies across the world available, and it's here in our state. Namma hemmeya Karnataka Rajyadalli ide, and please utilize this. If you are anything related to this field, or if you know anyone related to this field, kindly tell them that Karnataka is one state where everyone has to be. Everyone has to come here if they want benefits in the sector of AVGC. Last but not the least, there are schemes like Elevate and Unnati, where even AVGC startups, along with other startups, have been funded. More than about 40 startups have been funded in the last few Elevates. And see, Karnataka has more than about 300 animation VFX studios and more than 100 training institutions, apart from the various colleges and universities offering degree programs and diploma programs in this sector. It's a huge industry, and very recently, the National Center of Excellence has been announced and has been cleared by the Honorable Prime Minister just yesterday. That's the latest news. So the National Center of Excellence is coming up at a huge cost in Mumbai for animation sector. And the Honorable Prime Minister has recognized this industry in when he gave his address at the Red Fort during Independence Day. So, but everything said and done, Karnataka will and always remain the forerunner because we have started early, and we are going to touch new heights. We're looking at creating about 30,000 plus jobs in the next 5 years in the sector of AVGC and immersive media. And there are a lot of other initiatives being planned in the same direction. And we also have a KIT-1 fund. Elevate will be about up to 50 lakhs grant for startups from idea to POC. And KIT-1 fund about 20 crores per annum has been allocated for further funding, apart from funding for market visits and pitching the projects to the prospective buyers and publishers. So having said that, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak here on this platform. I thank KEDM and the entire team, Mr. Sanjeevji, Mr. Sudhirji, and everybody. That AVGC sector has always been considered as a nascent sector for the last, I don't know how many years, but I think it's no longer, it's not that kind of a thing seen now, because animation, visual effect, gaming is ruling, and especially gaming has a very big future, and there is a average growth of 40% every year expected, and a 22% in animation and a 25% in VFX, which is pretty decent and pretty good compared to all the other industries. So having said that, from the behalf of ABAI, the whole team, I thank you once again, and thanks for watching this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think he was certainly right when he said this is the pride of Karnataka. AVGC is the pride of Karnataka. I'd like to make an announcement to all the delegates that the parallel track titled PCB Industry Supply Chain Integration at Mysuru, The Way Forward, is about to begin right now in the boardroom, requesting participants who are keen to join that session. Our next panel discussion, titled The GIA Building Tech Bridges Between Beyond Bengaluru and the World, will elaborate on how GIA, the Global Innovation Alliance, can benefit beyond Bengaluru regions like Mysuru and help create opportunities for collaboration with different countries. Joining us for this session are the following panelists: Mr. Sudhit, Ms. Ambika Banotra, Ms. Anandita Prakash, Mr. John Kotail, Ms. Carrie Arun, and Mr. Rory Picardo. Moderating this session for us is Mr. Jose Jacob Kalail. Mr. Jose is the founder, director, and curator of Future ICT Forum and the India Advantage Summit. His passion lies in facilitating international trade, mentoring startups, and building ecosystems that foster sustainability and ICT innovation. With over 15 years of experience in strategy, consulting, and customer relationship management, he has a proven track record of delivering value to diverse stakeholders across sectors and geographies. He's dedicated to advancing the global agenda of achieving sustainable development goals and driving the digital transformation of urban systems. We're delighted to have you here with us, sir. I request all the panelists to come on stage.
Thank you so much. I request all my fellow panelists to please come on stage and take your seat.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. You know, after lunch is a difficult period. Our panel has decided to stay and keep you awake with us. Building bridges is a very, very important area, and it's something very close to my heart. Innovation, and the best way to make innovation happen is to do it in parallel. You know, some electronics engineers here, we learn two types of circuits, series and parallel, right? So what we learn is when you do in parallel, even if one circuit doesn't work, the one light will at least glow on the other side. So building bridges is important. Thank you so much. We have an excellent panel today with us. And because we're running against time, almost, you know, catching up with time, I would not take too much time as moderator. I would straight away jump in to our topic. So just for the benefit of our audience, we have split this panel to three areas or three focus areas. The first area is, I would ask each of our fellow panelists, what is the current state of affairs of innovation and of tech and of unique things that are happening in their regions and their countries? So each of them will showcase that and say about that in the first few minutes. I also ask each of them to introduce themselves for a minute so that we can, you know, do that also quickly. So maybe a short introduction and then quickly a little bit about what's special happening in your region, in your country. If you can throw in some facts and numbers, that'll be nice because that'll give people some context, and then we will deep dive into other topics. So let me start from the other side. Rory, you're on the other side, so then it's easy to cover and come back. So Rory, my first question to you, you know, of course, introduce yourself a bit and then tell us what we can look forward to as we look towards the UK. What's happening that's unique, what's innovative, and so on. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rory Picardo. I head the sectors technology, education, innovation, and skills within the Department for Business and Trade in UK. We come under the umbrella of the British High Commission. So I'm based in Bangalore. So we have a team across India, Chennai, Hyderabad, Delhi, Ahmedabad, and Calcutta. Of course, I'm based in Bangalore with my team of 3. We look across sectors, but coming specifically to your question on innovation, I think so in terms of the history, there has been a lot of collaboration which has been seen, but particularly if I would tell you, is our most recent, just 2 months back. We had a UK-India initiative called as TSI, Technology and Security Initiative, which was signed between the two prime ministers. We had the foreign ministers here signing it off. And the focus of that is around innovation. And we are looking at a couple of sectors, specifically critical metals, biotechnology, advanced materials, AI, quantum. And if you ask what we are planning to do under that is mostly around research, joint research, student exchange. To give you an example of a particular thing which has run really well is a program called UKERI, which is the UK-India Initiative and Education and Research. So to date, this was launched in 2006, and to date, we have close to 25,000 exchanges. When I say exchanges, is one-to-one partnerships or one-to-many partnerships between the UK and India. It could be student exchanges, it could be research, and it is with more than 4,500 institutes across UK and India. So this major initiative is now in its fourth phase, and the focus of that is women in STEM. That's one. Again, leadership in STEM, that's another focus area we're looking. And of course, in areas like critical metals. I will stop at that. And your specific one small thing where you said where we can work on. I think with this new TSI initiative, what we are looking forward to with the new government in the UK is the FTA, the Free Trade Agreement. And if that is signed, hopefully in the next couple of months, that will open a lot of opportunities in terms of trade, investment, and R&D. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So a lot to look forward to. Okay, now over to Carrie. So what's the US excited about in the Indo-US corridor? Over to you.
Thanks, Jos. Yeah, thanks for saving me from having to talk about the US. I think we all know about the market, so I won't bore you with those details. But we're here in India. We have a strategic partnership with India called the US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology. So we're working every day to figure out how we can foster innovation, collaboration, R&D, and research between Indian and American companies, academia, and the government. So we spend a lot of time in particular here in South India as we're looking to build those partnerships. And it really runs the gamut from working with incubators and accelerators here, connecting interested companies with opportunities in the United States. We have a host of technology hubs in the US. We announced them last year. There's 20 of them. So we're currently exploring ways to create corridors between those cities and cities here in India to accelerate the development of the critical and emerging technology. And it really runs the gamut on the tech that we're looking at. It could be semiconductors, it could be quantum, it could be AI, cybersecurity, critical minerals, renewable tech, EV, biotech, pharma, kind of all of the things as you would think about in this bucket. But we really want to spur innovation. We firmly believe that it's not India or the United States, but it's India times the United States. And we're looking to see what we can do, leveraging the resources that are here and leveraging the resources we have in the US to spur the innovation. I'll just take a second to talk about kind of how we work with startups, if that's okay. I'm on the trade and development side. I work for the US Department of Commerce, and I'm stationed here in South India. I manage an office in Chennai and one in Bangalore on tapas from my team here. And on the startup side, we work with companies through our program that's called Select USA Tech. This is our investment promotion arm to the United States. So we're actively working with startups here to get them access to accelerators, launchpads, soft landing, resources to get them into the US market so they can grow and expand. And so for any of you that are here, if you're in that space or you're working with companies that are in that space, we would love to have a conversation with you. Annually, every year, we have a program in the United States related to Select USA. It's our annual Investors Summit, where we have a pitching competition. And I'm really excited to share that we did a regional pitching competition here in the APEC region last year. And the regional winners were from India, 3 of them, and 2 of them were from Bangalore. The 2 from Bangalore had the opportunity to go to our program in the US and pitch in front of world-class VCs, investors, incubators, to really accelerate their journey, and both of the ones from Bangalore made it into the semifinals. So year over year, we're seeing the technology come out of South India. We know that all of the innovation is being driven here, and I'm really excited to be here in Mysuru because I'm learning about all the amazing things that you guys are doing here, and we're trying to figure out how we can tackle and come into tier 2 markets like this to accelerate the growth and development between Indian and US companies.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. That's a lot that you packed in a few minutes. Thank you so much. All right, now we can go over to Ambika from the state of NRW, which is in Germany, and what's exciting that's happening there. And can you throw some light on some of the key things.
Yeah, I think just before I start with my sales pitch, I'll take one step back. Okay, so what is required between India and Germany, and we are working on that. NRW, North Rhine-Westphalia, is an industrial hub of Germany, or if I can say of Europe as well. Major companies like ThyssenKrupp, Henkel, Bayer, they all are present in India. And when we see the Indian company, almost the major players are present in NRW. Infosys, we are sitting in Infosys campus. They have a digital innovation center right heart of Düsseldorf city. And I think, I don't know whether Sanjeev is here. Last year also, I was present here at KDM and we promised that the delegation will visit Mysore, and they did last year. A delegation from Düsseldorf, the deputy mayor and the companies and startup, they visited Mysore. Now, coming to the point, what we are doing between India and Germany, or if I say India and NRW, how to bring them together. We are working on two, I think, platforms. One is for the companies, Indian companies, and of course the German companies who are looking for the cross collaboration or tech transfer. And another is for the startups. So we are working very closely with the ITBT and as a GI Alliance. And when it comes to the companies, recently we have taken a 20 members delegation from the NASCOM industry leadership team. And I'm happy to see that it's a win-win for both the side, from the German as well as Indian side, to work together to co-create, know each other, and to look about the positive opportunity which they can take home. Coming for the startup side, we have Launchpad. Again, the offerings are also great because recently we have announced €10,000 welcome package for the Indian startup in NRW. And I'm thankful to the ITBT department because we hosted them in the Future Tech Fest. And in Medica, again, Medica is again the biggest fair for the medical sector. And again, the delegation will be going there. So these are the ongoing the trial and error things, or the initiative from our side, and I'm sure it will proceed further as well, or improve further. Thank you so
great.
much.
You know, just to make a short break in between that, that line of thought, what I see coming is, to drive innovation, you need capital. And I think our speakers and their regions and countries have figured that out. So one, we heard about the US competition pitching event, and here we hear about soft landing, €10,000 just as you get into NRW. So it's very clear that if you're a startup with a great idea, capital is not a problem, and capital should not be a problem. Thank you, as I get clarity on that as we go.
Yeah, my name is Ambika, and I represent NRW state in India and focusing south as well as the northern part of the India. Thank you so much.
Perfect. All right. So now we move to Sujit from the Netherlands, and tell us what's special and what's happening in the Dutch-India corridor. Yeah.
Sure, thank you, Jose. My name is Sujit Shamanur. I work for the Consulate of the Netherlands as a Senior Trade and Investment Officer. Before I really dive into the fact that what we are really doing at the Consulate, maybe I would like to state some facts of what the Netherlands and I mean basically the trade and investment relationship between both the countries. So if you consider the Netherlands and India as the ties between both the countries, Netherlands is the largest trading partner for India in Europe. So if you look at the trade volumes, it goes beyond $22 billion, out of which the trade surplus, in fact, the exports are about 21 billion, and the imports from Netherlands to India is about 6 billion. So India is on a trade surplus side. While we're speaking about investments, the Netherlands is the fourth largest for FDI investor for India. So we have about more than 300 Dutch companies located in India, and out of which we have at least more than 60 companies located in Karnataka alone. So the relationship between Karnataka and the Netherlands is for the fact that is also quite big compared to other states in India. So we have, I think the Dutch companies in Karnataka employs more than 10,000 people alone, and also, I think there are about close to 2 billion USD where the Dutch companies have invested only in the state of Karnataka. Also, the interesting fact of what I also looked was from the year 2000 to 2022, the cumulative FDI from Netherlands to India has been around close to 45 billion dollars. So that speaks a lot in itself from where the investments are coming from Europe to India. So going into what we are really doing at the moment. So at the consulate, we have 3 different departments. One which helps Dutch companies to do business in India. The other one takes Indian companies to the Netherlands for basically helps them set up their business in the Netherlands. And of course, we have a very efficient innovation team in consulate. So according to the roles and responsibilities, we get to play our cards. So maybe more details when we speak, but yeah.
Great. Thank you, Sujit. For me, it's very clear. Karnataka is the heartbeat in that relationship in the Indo-Dutch corridor. Out of 300 companies, 60 are from Karnataka, which means 1/3. The number of employees here are huge also. So this means capital is deployed already, people are already employed, and new things are emerging. Thank you so much, Sujit. And now to Anandita from Denmark. And recently there was the Indo-Nordic startup event, I think the first one. I had the chance to be there as well. I see a lot of action in the Nordic space and a lot of the pension funds looking at India also. So throw some light.
Hi, it's lovely to be in Mysuru. So I think Denmark merits a little bit of introduction. We're a very small country. It's about 6 million people, that's all. But it ranks consistently high on all innovation parameters and also research investment. So I think it's quite an interesting geography from an Indian context. And of course, India is a very important partner to Denmark. We have about 1.3 billion in export. It's very small compared to the Dutch, but I'd speak for us. And also we have an political agreement between Denmark and India called the Green Strategic Partnership. And the goal behind that partnership is to essentially accelerate green transition through collaboration. And it's been going on for about a few years now. And I think we've had some positive results as an outcome. And a lot of it has also been centered in Karnataka. So it's nice to be here. In addition to that, just essentially how we function, we have 3 departments: trade, innovation, and invest. Trade deals with your traditional import-export, and they're focused on finding the right suppliers, partners here in India that Danish companies can work with. Innovation, who I represent, perhaps services a larger gamut. We work with research, we work with academia, and also we work with the startup and SME ecosystem. And essentially what we try to do is build long-term platforms with philanthropic money or any other type of funding. And of course, we have Invest in Denmark that helps Indian companies who are interested to work in Denmark, including startups, essentially find their way there. So Denmark essentially has a very interesting startup ecosystem. It has strong industrial clusters, private-public collaboration, and I think that's what makes it an important focus area for us as well. And that's pretty much it from me.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, that sometimes it's certain strategic connection that can be fostered, and to have that much of trade with that small quantity of people is quite high as a proportion. So I know India is a very strong partner. I could feel that when I was last week there in Copenhagen, and I'm sure that a lot of interesting insights we will unearth as we go ahead to the next one. Now to John, and tell us what's brewing in Bavaria and how is the innovation landscape and the tech and AI landscape? Over to you.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, dear friends here in Mysuru. It's really great to be here and to meet you all. Yesterday, I had the privilege to meet and interact with a few of the leaders here in the industry, and today I'm really glad, to meet all of you. To give an introduction about my person, I head the Bavarian state office, which is the largest German state, with the Munich as its capital for the last 22 years. I see that title of the session today, the GAA, Building Tech Bridges Between Beyond Bengaluru and the World. I can say the German state of Bavaria was the first state which built that bridge to Karnataka, and they are very, for that long-term vision what they had today. We have more than 300 German Bavarian companies who are operating today, and many of them in Karnataka. And we have 130 top companies of India, mostly from Karnataka, operating in the state of Bavaria alone, having created thousands of jobs there, adding value to their ecosystem there. Bavaria is the #1 innovation center, I can say, not only in Germany, within Europe. 18% of that GDP, what comes from Germany, come from this state. Names like BMW, Audi, Siemens, MAN, you may be knowing, or Adidas, Puma, which we wear. But that ecosystem and the industrial balancing act, from all different 17 industry sectors they have. The clusters I will talk about later when you ask the question. But this kind of building up this ecosystem here in Mysuru, I think it is one of the best initiative of the Karnataka government. I really congratulate the government and the Sanjeevji and all the people working hard for this to create this kind of ecosystems. And this is what Bavaria has done after the Second World War. It was the poorest state. Today, with more than 798 billion euro GDP, this is the sixth largest economy in the European Union of 27 countries, this state alone. So that says how academia, industry, government policies can bring really wonders. I see this kind of progress happening here. The bridge between Karnataka and Bavaria and Germany are very strong. Let us build on more. I think that bridge which was already there for the last 22 years with our office and vice versa. 30 Bavarian delegations has come. More than 500 investors have come to Karnataka. They have taken that message back to Germany. That is why this collaboration is happening and getting strengthened every day. Thank you for this opportunity also.
Thank you. Excellent. I think that gives a very good indication of where each country is in terms of its relationship and connection and deep ties with India and Karnataka in particular. And also thanks to KDM to take the initiative of setting up beyond Bangalore clusters. And we are in one such cluster, which is the Mysuru cluster. Excellent. So now we go to the second round of our line of discussion, a little more deeper. India has been privileged to be the country with the largest number of human capital, let's say. And the only way, like yesterday we heard Damodaran sir at the CEO roundtable or dinner, this capital cannot get unlocked unless skilling matches the human capital, and therefore it becomes a critical area. The whole world is looking to India for talent in AI, talent in deploying tech, talent in amplifying with tech, because sometimes with tech you can scale very quickly. I just have one example to give each of you. You can check on Google later, but this is the story of a company called Namma Yatri. Some of you might know this company. 3 years ago at one of the events, they just connected and got created. And today, just in Bangalore alone, they do 680 crores of revenue in the mobility field. Why? Because it's tech, it could scale fast, and the beauty is it's open protocol. So you can go to namayatri.in and check open data, and you can see how much money they make every minute. So this is the beauty of tech. And so given that India has this huge talent, I want to ask each of our stakeholders and leaders here on the panel, how do you, or how does your country, your state, your region plan to connect with India on skilling and on taking the tech conversation to a deeper level? Because once we crack it, then it scales really fast. So maybe this time I start from Bavaria, the other direction, just to give some excitement. So over to you, John.
Very interesting. This before noon we had the one session where about this the importance of skilling was discussed. I see skilling, we all need skilled people globally, and India has in plenty. And as you see, the migration from India of tech people. In Bavaria alone, we have around 40,000 top tech people working there, contributing to the economy there. And now, as you may be knowing, the migration law in Germany, it was very tough earlier, but now it is very, very, liberal. They have made it easy that tech people from any sector, even with the +2 plus, 40,000 students are there from India. I would encourage any of your students are looking to, for education. I also myself studied in Germany. I know how good the system is. So education, which is coupled with a lot of R&D and, and skilling in the other sectors also, and apprenticeship in the industry and all. This is the amazing thing what's happening there. And I think India, Germany is looking in a big way to India to recruit skilled people from different sectors, not only the IT, healthcare, many other sectors, where the demand is, a huge demand is there. If you go to a hotel, you don't find people there to work there or any other sector also. So huge demand is there. They're looking at in India, and I'm sure, this upskilling or reskilling is required in every sector. And Bavaria, as the state, has invested 3.5 billion into education and in the high-tech agenda, they call it, starting from the school level, making them fit for the future technologies, future work. So 3.5 billion for a state of, small state of 13 million people, it's a huge amount of money. In the education sector, then all the latest technologies, AI is one of the things with more than 1.2 billion. And they have created, they work very closely with the academic institutions. That is very key, I think, to skill the population of any nation or any state. We have to work very closely, industry and the state and the government policies. I think there we have to come together and see what is the future need, not just something, build up, but there I see a lot of gap here in our system where we need to, connect with these three players, academia, government, and also, all other ecosystems in that. Yeah, these are my few remarks to that.
Great, thank you. I think that's very clear. The school and academics is a clear place to start. And I think Germany is already creating a much easier framework for migration of talent into that corridor. So I think that will be a good place for action. So yes, those in the audience, it might be much easier to open your office in Germany, to move some of the tech talent there, build something together with the Mittelstand of Germany, and to scale solutions. Okay, now over to Anandita and what's happening there.
So I think one of the first things we're doing from a skilling perspective is also to build awareness back in Denmark about the talent India has and the talent we have with technology. One of the ways we did it is the summit Jose recently mentioned, the Nordic India Summit, where it actually happened on the fringes of a similar event to BTS in Denmark. And we brought together a lot of stakeholders to essentially have this dialogue and really showcase what's happening out here in India. So awareness is one of them. Outside of that, we're also increasingly trying to have a conversation about data around the AI ML space, because we think it's such an important conversation to have, because there are Danish companies that are building products back in Denmark that they hope to be global with very localized data. And we're really trying to see how we can spread that and get them to engage with Indian data points, Indian researchers, to inform their algorithms better, and also to create products that will be immediately more globalized. Especially we're doing this in the healthcare sector. We also work with Danish companies who are looking for AI talent here in India to do hackathons. So we work with local universities as well. And then we also try to increase the university to university and research collaborations. Actually, we had a professor from Copenhagen University who also happens to be the rector of the university come down and have conversations with University of Mysuru and CFTRI here, but that was around nutrition and food. So yeah.
Okay, great. So interesting. So we have moved from capital to data to research. Very, very interesting as we go deeper. So over to you, Sujit.
Thank you. So let's touch upon agriculture now in this case. So just to give you a context that the Netherlands and India have an MOU where both the prime ministers of the country of India and the Netherlands met a few years ago, and they did sign up stating that one of the consensus was to have 25 center of excellence in the space of agriculture. So basically, the Dutch technology or the Dutch will be helping in setting up the center of excellences in the field of agriculture in the different areas in India. Of course, we have few of them already up and running. So possibly the Netherlands and Israel are the only two countries working this space. Of course, I can only speak for the Netherlands. What we in these two or three center of excellences, which are completely functional now in India, we help farmers upskill or tell them how, or at least jointly work together on how the yield could be better, on how to basically the main objective is to see how we can double the farmers' income, which is also the vision of the Prime Minister of the country. So on that note, as part of the Center of Excellence, we train the farmers, we upskill or help them reskill for a better livelihood. But whereas when we are speaking about AI, ML, I mean, the Netherlands knows, because if you see the Indians has the number of Indians located in Europe the highest presence is in the Netherlands. In the entire European EU, if I can mention, of course, the UK has bigger numbers, but amongst all the EU countries, so there's a reason why Indians go and why the Netherlands or the Dutch recruit people, simply because of the talent which India possesses. So I'm just bringing a different flavor towards the skilling part of it in agriculture.
Great, great. I just want to do a quick, audience interaction. So here's my question to all of you. Let's say the first largest exporter of agriculture products in the world is the US. So my question to you is, who is the second largest exporter of agriculture products in the world? Any guesses? India, okay. Anything else? I see Derek in the audience. No, or not? Huh? China. Okay, so the answer is it's the Netherlands. All right. So you all know of the company Philips, right? That they were good with lighting and so on. So they help Netherlands do vertical farms. So I also learned this very recently. And somehow they are able to produce the best strawberries in the world and export it all over the world. So it's crazy. Morning we heard Doya saying that we are a small country like this, but quite innovative. So, interesting. So that's how you see that huge number, around $30 billion of trade and so on. So it's coming from that. So small is not a problem. Small can become big if you think big. All right. So now we move to Ambika. Tell us what's happening in the skilling landscape, at least in your discussions early with government of Karnataka and also others between India and NRW.
Yeah, I think, see, skilling is a very important aspect, actually, a very important topic, and it cannot be done alone, actually. So there has to be contribution from business, polity, and academia. Polity or governance, I'll not explain, because my colleague John has very well explained that how German government is looking towards cooperating with India. But when it comes to business and academia, let me give you some small best practices actually there. See, we from the NRW side, okay, I'll give you some example here in India and as well as in NRW. So we were speaking about the agriculture, right? So Bayer has a crop science facility who's working together with the agriculture and farmers to develop the new technology when it comes to crop science. Henkel has, although they are way ahead in the digital twins and these kinds of technology, they have opened their GTC center, which started with 50 people and now it's 500 people employed in Karnataka. That is what the Indian side. But when I think another speaker very well put it forward, that pocket of excellence. Somebody mentioned about Zoho. Zoho is also sitting in NRW, opening their center and working when we say Mittelstand. So the strength of German economy is the Mittelstand or the SMEs. And Zoho is working together with SMEs to work together for the technology transfer, or helping or enabling them to use their platform in cloud and AI. So these kind of the example, which I would say from the business or the commercial side of aspect. When it comes to academia, they play a very important role, I must say. And somebody asked me, I think maybe you asked that, are you working with academia? And I said, of course, we have to. I'll give you one more example, RWTH Aachen University. They are working very closely with IISc and IIT Madras in the field of AI and skilling. Excellence Gateway Center of Cologne, they'll be also present in TIA Summit, they'll be in the event. So these kind of initiatives are very much present here in both the sides. The only thing is it's just, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I think much more needed to be done in this area. And I think all together, all of us will be proceeding towards that. Thank you.
Great. That's an amazing line. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So yes, the game is long, it's not short, and it's not quick. And we are really, delighted that we have such amazing leaders. All of them, I have known for many years. Everybody is a serious player in what they do. And yes, in that line of thought, let's go to Carrie and see what's happening, the US-India, skilling corridor.
So this is definitely a big area of interest for us. Here in Karnataka, we have 650 American companies just in the state. They all have their major R&D centers, either the largest one outside of the United States or the largest one in the world. Their corporate headquarters are either for India or APEC region. And so we've got a strong contingent of American companies here, which all of them have workforce development skilling programs. So one of the biggest things that we're trying to work on as a G2G level is how do we accelerate the workforce skilling and development between India and the United States. So we have two individual working groups working on this, one that's more academic to academic, and then another that is academic to industry. And so we're always looking for opportunities to bring in our university partners from the United States and connect them with universities here, to bring in our industry partners who are knowing what they need and what they need to have students trained in when they get hired here, and bring it together. So under the Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technology, this is one of the pillars that we're looking at. And so we're working with here with KEDM and with the government of Karnataka on how we can support their workforce skilling development initiatives. And I think if I had time to go through, I could probably sector by sector give you a laundry list of the ones that are being done. And so it is keen interest. If you're with a university or even incubator and it's something you're interested in, let me know. We're happy to make connections. Back in February, we actually brought a trade mission of American universities to look at R&D, workforce development, skilling, and partnerships with universities beyond the standard student recruitment pitch. And we did 10 days across South India. So it's definitely keen interest and we're working on it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You know, that scale of numbers, 650 US companies only in the state of Karnataka, that shows, you know, the depth of engagement and also the width of engagement and the amount of investment that's, you know, come from the US here. So of course, it's also in the US interest to get skill at the fastest possible turnaround time. So I'm sure that all those things are happening already and continue to.
Sorry, just one thing I do want to say is that we're seeing a shift in the youth here in India. You know, previously everyone wanted to go abroad. They don't want to go abroad. They want to stay here. And so we're really working with the state governments and the central government to see how we can develop those centers of excellence, those R&D facilities here in India, because we don't need to look abroad. The expertise is here. It's being done here. So how do we support that?
Excellent. Yeah, make in India for the world. Perfect. Thank you so much. You know, maybe a round of applause to Carrie for, you know, stating that. All right. So now, yes, over to you, Rory. And what do you think is happening at the skilling scene between the UK and India, also especially after Brexit and so on? You know, do you want to bring that angle? I don't know, but yeah, over to you.
I won't touch on Brexit, but surely the bar is very high, as I said. But coming back to what we do, and I'll keep it short, looking at the time, is so we are focusing on NEP, that's the National Education Policy. And with its focus on partnerships, mobility, and you know, in terms of employability, we're looking at how we can fill those gaps. And when we say that, like you mentioned, you brought a couple of universities. We brought around 31 last year, and they visited around 4-5 cities in India. And as part of that, I'm very happy to say that we have a University of Southampton, which just launched last week in Gurgaon. So this is their first campus outside the UK. We would have a University of Coventry as well, sometime this year or next. But to come back to, you know, in terms of employability, how we are working out is we're looking at university to university partnerships. And there have been a couple of successful ones. I'll just take a couple of them. The other day, we signed up one with the IIT Madras and Birmingham University. That's on AI. We signed up something with IIT Kharagpur and Manchester University. That's again on AI. We have a University of Wolverhampton. And by the way, they are looking to set up a center of excellence for AI in healthcare in Karnataka. So that's they are here next week, I suppose, October. And I was in Chennai yesterday, and that's why I couldn't come yesterday here. And University of Westminster, they have launched a genome editing lab in Satyabama Institute in Chennai. So these are the kind of initiatives we are working on, and we are hoping by doing this, we should be supporting NEP 2020 for India, and in turn, supporting the UK. Thank you.
Excellent. You know, that's really nice. And, you know, we covered agriculture, we covered genome, we covered tech, talent, very, very wide space and landscape for everything. Now, looking at the clock, you know, which I like to do always, we will end on time. I just thought we make the third round a little interesting, and which is, I want each of you to say a few names, which the audience can later Google or write down, so that they can then connect with that initiative. You get what I'm saying? So for example, if you say this is the website where all the startup programs are available, you know, whatever that is, you know, for example, Select USA or whatever. So just give 2 or 3 such names, which people can write down quickly. Anyway, this is getting recorded as well. So that each of them can then go back and look and dive deeper. So if you can give us one name for the startup space, one name for any other space, or one name for skilling, that'll be good. So we can start from you, Rory.
Quickly. Again, coming back to
A bit
UK.
closer, yeah.
UKRI, that's UK India Education and Research Initiative. You can check for that. Google that.
UKRI.
UKREI. Yeah. You can do
REI.
UKREI.
Yeah.
UK India Initiative. UKI. ERI. Education and Research Initiative. So that's UKREI. You can look for TSI. That's Technology and Security Initiative. That will give you a broad idea in terms of where our work is heading. And I would also ask you to look at Sheeving scholarships. That's something which I have not touched upon, and that which yearly we open it sometime in August. We look for talented individuals to do their masters and also leadership, middle management. So that's something, streaming scholarships. And finally, you can connect with me. That's Rory Picardo on LinkedIn. And I can help you with anything else, probably setting up in the UK, or if you want something from the UK, any partnerships, initiatives. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. So on the startup side, Select USA and Select USA Tech, we also have a program for women entrepreneurs at Select USA Women. I think US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, there's 3 or 4 fact sheets in the last 2 years on this, on the areas that we're looking at. That's a great place to start. And then if you're not aware of the Fulbright program, you should look up Fulbright to look at academic exchange and research opportunities in India and the United States. Let's see, one more. Look up our MOU on semiconductors, because we're doing a lot of semiconductor work with India. And then 2 weeks ago, our Departments of Defense between India and the United States signed a strategic supplier agreement, and you're going to see more of the supply chain start to come from India as well.
Great, thank you, thank you. That semiconductor bit was good, thank you.
First, let me promote my website, NRW Global Business. So you will get a glimpse of entire state, what is happening in which area, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's renewable, whether it's AI, whether it's Industry 4.0, you can get the glimpse of that. Other than that, when we were speaking about startups, there are Digi Hubs across Germany and so that are in NRW also in Düsseldorf city. So Digi Hub is again one website. Excellence Gateway or Center of Cologne, they'll be visiting also Bangalore. Apart from that, when we were talking about the university collaboration or cooperation, there is the DAAD is one, DAAD is one scholarship program for the Indian students. And when we were talking about the grants for the PhD student, maybe I can also kind of University of Cologne or Max Planck, they are having an office in Delhi. So these kinds of initiative already there, but in case you're not able to see, there are too many information for you, please feel free to contact me and I'll be happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambika.
So if I have to mention 3 websites at this point, I think in the area of startups, I think TechLeap could be one of the websites where they have run several cohorts where there were top Dutch companies who were part of the accelerator program. And if at all you think you want to collaborate with any of the company for any reason, that could be one of the websites for you to explore.
How is it called? TechLeap?
TechLeap, TECHLEAP.
Okay, leap, jump, all right, excellent.
TechLeap. The second one would be PUM. This is a very interesting proposition curated by the Dutch government. So PUM is a specialized program where it has all seasoned professionals or people who have had experience of over 25, 30 years in a specific industry. So what basically they do is they go to different countries, mostly the emerging markets across the world, to help companies to build or to help them scale or bring in technology intervention at an extremely affordable cost. It's funded by the Dutch government. So it's called, as you can just Google it as PUM, PUM Netherlands. You might find some information on that. And third one could be something for the venture capitalists who are here. It's something called as the Dutch Good Growth Fund. So Dutch Good Growth Fund acts as LPs in the Netherlands. So they have already funded about close to 400 to 450 million to different Indian VCs in turn, where they have contributed indirectly towards the startup ecosystem in India. So for the VCs over here, that would be another potential website for them to raise money. I can see.
Thank you. You can see a few VCs in front. All right.
From a startup perspective, if you're a startup looking to move to Denmark, I think Invest in Denmark is a good website to look at. If you just want to know about the ecosystem, it's a good idea to just Google the national clusters in Denmark, which work in different sectors. You can also look at Digital Hub Denmark. Outside of that, we have an open call on greenfields research between the two ministries in India and Denmark. If you just look that up, you'll be able to see the details of the call. It's a research call. And additionally, we also have something called Danita Green Business Partnerships, which are for people who are working in sustainability space. The call comes out, I think, once every year. So there should be a call early next year as well. So,
Excellent. Thank you so much.
So three things, very difficult. Please note my name, John Godail. Contact me. I will be able to give you any information about the 17 industry clusters. Also, please note industry clusters of Bavaria, how they have built it up. Then for the startups, I would say buy startup. That is the startup ecosystem, which is very, very active in the state of Bavaria, connecting globally. So then I'll be personally glad to inform you about the high-tech agenda, how the government has built up this ecosystem for the future, future-ready technologies like AI, robotics, clean energy, all these, how a government can push the future technologies and make its people ready. Get in touch with this. My office is in Bangalore. Anytime, I'd be glad to connect with you. If you need any information about the investment opportunities there, how you can set up a business, we'll be happy to guide you, and all our services are free of charge. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, John. And with that, let's give a big round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Not just thematic inputs, but they've also given practical suggestions of where you can find help, where you can connect, collaborate, and scale up. I just want to end as moderator with one line. Coming together is the beginning, staying together is progress, but working together is success. I really hope that this panel and what happens out of it afterwards helps us work together to create a better future, progress for all and success for all. Thank you very much. And over to the moderator. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I request the speakers to stay back. I also request our moderator, Mr. Jose Jacob, to present the different panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also call to stage Mr. Santosh Mahalingam to present our moderator, Mr. Jose, with a token of our gratitude. Yes. Oh. Thank you so much, speakers, for providing us with a bird's eye view of how the Global Innovation Alliance can be leveraged to bridge the gaps between beyond Bangalore and the other regions. For our next keynote address, I now call upon Mr. Naganand Doraiswamy. Mr. Naganand is the managing partner and founder at Idea Spring Capital. Prior to Idea Spring Capital, he was the co-founder and EVP at Span Infotech India Private Limited. He also co-founded Lexer Networks and worked with Photon X, Nortel Networks, Bay Networks, and FTP Software. An alumnus of Virginia Polytech and State University and UBCE Bangalore, he was also a president of TiE Bangalore. Having authored a book on IP security, there could be no better fit than him to talk to us about the importance of talent for Karnataka to shine in deep tech areas like cybersecurity and AI. It gives me immense pleasure to call on stage Mr. Naganand Doraiswamy to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. So I've been given a fairly wide topic on talent, and talent means many things to many different people. But just to form my own model, I see talent as schooling plus skilling. I just heard the previous panelists talk about skilling. But to me, if you want to build talent, I think there are two aspects. One is schooling and skilling. And for any state or any country to prosper anywhere today in tech, if these two aspects are not taken care of, you will have serious challenges in the industry. The reason is what's happening in today's paradigm is like things are changing overnight and on a nightly basis. Like, we talk about LLMs, I sleep thinking something is happening. When I wake up in the morning, it's completely different. You talk, it's like things are moving at a very, very lightning pace, mind-boggling pace, that if you're not equipped to deal with any of these things, it's impossible for anybody to train you, right? It doesn't matter whether you're an individual, it's a corporate, school, doesn't matter. And in my model of talent, I think in the center of talent is a person. And there are three aspects, three entities that will contribute to the development of the talent. One is the government, one is the schooling / institutions, and the third one is the government, and the third one is the company, right? Because all these three entities need to work with the person to develop talent. And it so happened, we are very lucky in Bangalore because we had all these things come together extremely well. Because you had the best of the companies in the form of public sectors that were there, HAL, ITI, HMT, BHEL, you name it, and all the government labs, NAL, DRDOs of the world, everybody was there. So I think in terms of the institutions and the companies that were there, they provided awesome capabilities to the people. And you had great institutions in Bangalore, right? You had IISc or UVC. UVC is the third oldest college, my alumni in India. So you had that institutions, and it so happened that because of educated people being in Bangalore, you had the schooling happening well as well, because there are a whole bunch of schools. And hence, if you look at Bangalore as to why Bangalore is the cluster, why Bangalore is one of the premier places for talent, it's because these things came together really well. And top of it, jokingly, you have places to hang out. We are called the pub capital of the world, right? You need that. So if you want to have talent in any place, you have to have a combination of these things. Infrastructure becomes very key, right? And now the fourth one, which I didn't add, which is not tied to an individual, but very, very important is infrastructure. It's good hospitals, good movie theaters, good restaurants, cosmopolitan culture. And if you look at across India, there's nowhere else except Bangalore where it comes together so well. Bombay is different, but Bombay is more trading. Bombay is not technology talent. Bombay is more trading and financial talent. So if you were to look at what could happen in places like Mysuru, Mangalore, Hubli, Dharwad, and other places, it's not an easy task. I keep telling people, we have to build, generally we all in constant discussions in Bangalore saying, how do we build the clusters? What do we do to get Mysuru? What do we do to come to, at least start moving towards where Bangalore is? But I'm saying, look, no, tons of things need to happen for all these things to start moving to Mysuru to become a, next Bangalore, or Mangalore to become a next Bangalore, or building these hubs. But nevertheless, I think it's very important to start cultivating these cultures in all these secondary cities, and then ensuring that, what is exploding out of Bangalore, has a place in these second two-tier cities. For example, today coming to Mysuru from where I live in Bangalore in Jayanagar was 35 minutes. Going from my house to Whitefield is 2 hours. Okay, the cost differential is very high. Cost is $5,000 to come in a car and go back, but whereas Whitefield is a lot cheaper. If you take the metro particularly. But I mean, what I'm saying is things are exploding, but for all these tier 2 cities to come up and compete with Bangalore for talent, I think it's still very hard problem to solve. But the government now is doing a great job of pushing these things in terms of through KDM pushing for these tier 2 cities to kind of take some load off of the core of Bangalore. And I'm hoping that will be the case. But if Mysuru were to, since we are in Mysuru, I'll talk about Mysuru. If Mysuru were to become a place for talent, if Mysuru doesn't have a paradigm, like we discussed, of a good schooling capability. It's a set of companies like Infosys that come here and the companies coming together and in the individuals getting excited to do something. The most disappointing thing for me in today's world is the core, that the person who actually has to work towards getting, enriching their talent, the motivation is lacking. That's the fundamental problem in the industry today. Because, I'm the chairman of an NGO and we provide skilling to tier 2, tier 3 colleges. We tell them we give everything for free. We'll also give them money. If they get skilled, we can't sign up people. This is mind-boggling, and I think there's also a very fundamental problem in our state in building talents. And then hence I'm saying schooling becomes very, very critical, because schooling is the first place where curiosity can be built. And if you don't build curiosity, it doesn't matter what you do later on, nothing works. So I would urge everybody here to hence focus on these two aspects of schooling and skilling. And government of Karnataka is helping they announced a 3,000 crore grant or the process to have companies, each company will own an institution, work with the institution, and then hence enable, whether it's internships or hiring or whatever, skilling and enabling them. I think those kinds of initiatives are extremely important. And same thing has happened with Government of India as well, where 500 companies will own one institution and they can take CSR grants again out of skilling. But if you don't focus on schools, I think there's still a critical problem, because this is just the next layer which will not help and the core has to be solved. So I think you'll hear more about cybersecurity and other things, but to me, those are all technologies. But I think what is really, really required is to focus on the foundation of building talent. And if you don't focus on that at this point of time, it's very, very hard to adapt to either robotics or AI. We can use whatever mumbo jumbo names we want to use in terms of tech. We are still screwed. So I'm an optimist guy. So I would like to be optimistic, but at the same time also be realistic, right? Because if you don't take care of some of these fundamental things, we'll continue to have problems. We'll continue to have inability to hire, to build talent. For example, what is it? What the numbers say there are 25 lakh graduates coming out of India every year. There are 3 lakh graduates coming out of Karnataka, and there are 1.2 million or 12 lakhs of engineering graduates coming out of Karnataka every year. So there's a lot of supply, there's a lot of demand, but companies cannot hire. So there's a serious problem somewhere, and that needs to be bridged. And all of us here, like I said, have to play a big role in ensuring that the talent is cultivated and built, and make sure that not only Bangalore, but other parts of tier 2 cities in Karnataka like Mysuru, Hubli, Dharwad, Mangalore, and Gulbarga, they all kind of move forward in a synchronized fashion, right? So I can keep talking about this, but I will not bore you guys with more, because I'll repeat myself and I hate repeating myself. So thanks for your patience in listening.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Captain Anand Naidu to join us on stage to present our speaker with a token of our gratitude. Next up, we have a video that highlights one of Mysuru's gems, Vigan Labs. Vigan Labs is an AI-based energy management solutions. It has a patented product called IPM that works on PCs, tablets, mobile servers, and more. What they do is actually quite interesting. Using their patented software, they monitor the amount of energy consumed by the devices and offer enterprises a software platform to measure and increase savings. To get to know more about the exciting work they are doing, let us watch this video. Coming up next, we have a panel discussion titled Leveraging Talent, the Human Capital on how Karnataka can become the global cybersecurity talent powerhouse. Joining us for this session are the following panelists. Ms. Kavita Kadambi, CISO of Infosys, Mr. Muthukumar, Chairman ISC Square, Practice Head Deloitte, Ms. Satyavati Divadari, Executive Director, Cloud Security Services, Wells Fargo, Mr. Sudhir Rao, Senior Partner at Celesta Capital, and Mr. Kiran Kumar M, Cybersecurity Architect, Cyber Recovery Solution, Dell Technologies. Moderating this session for us is Mr. Rajshekhar Pulabatla. Mr. Rajshekhar is the Director at Information Sharing and Analysis Sector, a non-profit that is committed to making the cyberspace safe. A successful entrepreneur, he runs several startups focused on cybersecurity, HR, aviation, and media. A cybersecurity veteran, he has more than 20 years of experience in this field, and it's an honor to have you moderate this session for us, sir. Over to you, sir. I request the panelists to come on stage.
So good afternoon, everyone here. And I think one of the key burning aspects for any city which is trying to build the tech workforce is obviously the talent, right? So I've been in this domain for quite some number of years, and I have seen it personally that the talent gap is pretty big, and there are a lot of challenges in hiring the right kind of people. And building talent is actually not a easy feat in itself. So here, we are pretty lucky that we have a great mix of panelists here who come from various backgrounds here. It's been carefully selected so that we can learn something out of this today. And it's an honor to have all of you here. So, the theme that we will try to understand is that what can we all do collectively to build Mysuru as the talent capital for the country, especially in cybersecurity space. So you being, CISO, Kavita, I would just like to understand from you that what is it that has made Infosys come here to Mysuru many years back? What was the foresight behind it? And you heading cybersecurity, what are the things that you have seen from a perspective of Infosys or personally as a CISO also here as a benefit of moving to Mysuru many years back?
Thank you. Namaskara, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Mysore. At the Infosys campus again. I came in from Bangalore while I work out of there. I have been coming to this campus for many years now. We started out Mysore as a campus as an alternate to Bangalore back in 2000. So we've had almost 2.5 decades of being at Mysore, and when Infosys itself envisioned beyond Bangalore at that point in time. Having said that, our idea is really to go ahead and look at technology being available and accessible to all parts of the country. And Mysore has been one of the closest to Bangalore where Infosys was actually set up. We have run several services from Mysore, and cybersecurity happens to be one of them as well. One of our primary centers where we have gone ahead and run cybersecurity services. This campus by itself is also what we call as the Global Education Center for Infosys. And this is where our primary talent gets trained when they come out of college, join Infosys, and then get into our primary workforce. And we have been training several thousands of engineers before they actually go ahead and deliver services to our customers for many, many years now. So in that sense, we have been doing all about bringing talent together from academia into industry, bridging that gap and taking it across to the world. and hence developing a lot about the country, the state, and the city itself. In a nutshell, this would hence be a very, very apt position that we can hence take to also go ahead and provide cybersecurity, which is a disrupting landscape, which is something that we want to go ahead and build deep talent into what we can do for the world.
Great. So one follow-up question on top of that. How important are certifications in your perspective for cybersecurity in the skilling industry, especially if you're training people? What is the importance of, them getting certified, being, proving that, they have a validated experience in terms of their skills? How important is it for emphasis on that?
See, like any sets of qualifications that we need to go ahead and have to ensure that we're always learning, certifications are always very helpful. And that's something which is available in different forms. Different certifications are available for cybersecurity itself, for different levels of cybersecurity professionals. It is very important for students as well as professionals to continue to learn in cybersecurity, because this is one of the hottest and most disrupted spaces that are out there. Having said that, we want to make sure that cybersecurity is also accessible to all, and something where we ourselves can go ahead and build a lot more upon and not just be only on certifications.
Fantastic. Mr. Muthu, you're heading the IC Square here, and you're obviously big time into certifications, right? Now, there is a huge challenge within the country in terms of building a talent pool, especially in Karnataka more so. So from the pipeline perspective, what are the initiatives that you think from your experience of handling ISC2, what are the challenges that you're seeing in pipeline development, and what's your take on that?
Thank you. So if you look at the gap, where the gap is, it starts with the professors or lecturers. That's the first things to gap it, right? Second thing, and what kind of training the students are getting it, right? So to fill the gap, what we need to do it, we need to train the lecturers as well as the professors in the college to equip them on the technical training and on also all the cybersecurity basics. Then addition to that, and there is a labs or the hands-on experience is important. It's not training alone, it's not going to help. Okay, that is where we need to have labs, like testing labs can help them to practice what they are learning it. So I'll classify this professors teaching is very, very important. Then teaching the students, not only the professor teaching it, the industries like the organizations like Infosys and others. Also part of ISC Sky Bangalore chapter, we are working with universities and having cybersecurity programs for them, conducting the programs, also both training on the skills, basic skill, as well as hands-on. That's also we are doing it. So this is where we are looking at it, how we can help the colleges. If you're looking for an investment, maybe the universities can invest on the labs. Addition to this, they can partner with us also. That's where we can make sure that we train, bring the right people, industry people, because it's not alone just a basic subject, right? Bring that industry knowledge, which is very, very important for the student to have practical as well as the industry knowledge. Then that will help them to become employable. It's not about just learning it. The more success for any student is an employable for us. That's where the industry is looking at it, how we can help them more trained and employable. Thank you.
Interesting. See, but when it comes to hands-on skills, I'm sure you would have heard of this news sometime back that students of a university in Gujarat, they actually sued the university because they took admissions in cybersecurity courses, but they didn't have any labs to teach. So they dragged the college to the court, saying that the college doesn't have enough facilities to train us on cybersecurity, which is why we are not happy with it. Have you heard of this case? Now, coming on this aspect of labs, hands-on activities, I'll come to you, Kiran. You're from Dell and you're handling these initiatives in some big way in Dell. What's your perspective on this? Where when it comes to hands-on practicals on cybersecurity labs, what do you think is needed for universities? Do people have budget for this? how much money, they need to do? Is there a role for open source platforms in skilling? And what are the initiatives that you think, they should do for this?
Hey, thanks for this, Raj, and namaskara to Mysuru. Thanks for having us here. This one thing, so at Dell Technologies, I work in R&D, product R&D. So typically most of us work on operating systems and things around operating systems, right? We don't really work very high up on the stack. Most of us were actually C engineers. We recently learned Python, okay? But I don't think I'm at a disadvantage because of that, right? The point is when we actually look at the curriculum, by the way, we collaborate with, right now with RVC in Bangalore, collaborate with NIT Calicut, right? When we look at the curriculum, especially around operating systems and security, you actually think, at least we felt, that won't equip our children to a great career in products, at least, right? Might do a great job elsewhere, higher up the stack, but you won't be able to build solid products out of it because they lack very critical skills there, right? So what we've done is we've actually partnered with some of these institutions. We've actually revamped the parts of the syllabus that they're willing to change. Right? We wanted to change a lot, but they're like, this is all I can move right now, right? But the point is, you need to build that capability at a very fundamental level. And apart from that, the point that Raj was making, to test, like for example, ransomware is out there everywhere. It's like $1 billion market. Ransomware is also a service, right? Now the issue with ransomware is nobody has seen it in person unless you're affected by it. You can't analyze ransomware, right? You have to put it somewhere, let it attack you, and then do that, right? At a company level, generally speaking, none of us are allowed to attack ransomware inside. So what you have to do is you have to have these dedicated labs where you allow systems to be infected, they are air gapped. You observe the behavior. When you observe the behavior, you can obviously defend, right? Like your defense is commensurate and proportional to the attack. Like you always put yourself in a shell and not be connected with everything. That's the most secure system. Like a secure system that outputs 42 at the end of many million years will be the most secure system, right? But really speaking, you don't have any system like that, right? So that's something that is very important, right? And that's where we collaborate. And I think this is where government funds will help, right? And collaboration across colleges, wherein we build these centers where cyber skills can be applied, and we also have to build open source tools. And that's the best part about open source. We can all create a name for ourselves with open source. In fact, one of the initiatives we're trying with RVCE is we are giving second and third year kids to write ransomware simulators. In fact, that project will go online fairly in a short time. So that'll allow people anywhere to simulate ransomware. If you can simulate ransomware, you can build defenses and you can build all sorts of things around it, right? So it's very important. Thank you.
But do you think that, the students who are there in these colleges have this kind of skills today to actually, you mentioned something about the product capabilities also, right? So
no, they don't have, and I think I have to go to the line that the previous speaker had when he was here, right? So the thing is, generally there's a sense of going behind big keywords, like whatever is the thing. Right now, let's say I'm in a security panel, so you might think security is a very hot topic. Or if tomorrow's next day's panel is artificial intelligence, you think AI is the next big thing, right? To do anything, you need basic fundamentals, like anything solid, right? So the fundamentals are still the same. All AI, most of AI is stats, a lot of matrix multiplication. How do you do that efficiently, right? That's very important. Now the thing is, that is taught for every engineering graduate. But how seriously do you take it? And more than the graduates, how seriously do the faculty take it themselves, right? Sometimes we actually find that the faculty is not interested in the projects we're giving out. So the point is, where is it that, how do you tie the incentives for the faculties to also become a center of excellence in something? Like you have to pick an area and say, this is, let's say, I just take Mysuru because I'm actually from NIE, right? I graduated from NIE. So for me, like I know there is always a competition between NIE and JC. Like we were the less cool college at NIE. because we didn't have money. But the point is, NIE could do something while JC does a complementary thing. But both put together forms a solid output, which can help build that, right? So you can do that in clusters all around.
Great. So I can see some students over here. I'm not sure. How many of you have ever participated in a hackathon here in cybersecurity? Anyone? Can you raise your hands? Any students who has participated in hackathons in cybersecurity? Ever? No? So that I think that's an exposure we need to look into it. But you know, Satyajit, you're handling the cloud security initiatives in Bangalore chapter, right? So again, a lot of companies are moving to the cloud. They are doing a lot of initiatives for the transformation for their data. Obviously, this increases the risk in cybersecurity in a big way, right? So what is your perspective on this when, when you're handling this chapter away in Bangalore, when it comes to talent hunting, specifically in the cloud security market area, what is your perspective on this and what is your take on that? And what are you doing as an initiative in this?
Right ask actually. So I have two roles. One role which actually gives me bread and butter, actually the salary, which is I'm head of cloud security services at Wells Fargo. Apart from that, as a passion, I lead the CSA Bangalore chapter, a community which is dynamically growing and award winning for last 2 years globally. So what, the question what you asked, daily in a day-to-day basis, I need to recruit people as well in the cloud security, which is like, I ask my seniors as well as leadership, you know, this is the toughest job. You are telling me two complicated things. One, cloud skill, which itself is complicated to get. Second, you are adding cyber security to it. And I need to get a person who have both the skills. The third one, which is the toughest, I'm working in a US bank. So what happens when you are working in US or European companies? What they look for is communication skills, which I'm very sorry to say, we lack. We are very good at writing exams and getting scores, but
are you saying that people in Karnataka only speak Kannada only? That's why that's a thing. Or
no,
is
not
it also
necessarily Karnataka. I'm speaking in India in general. I'm speaking in India in general. We focus more on the core subjects like maths, physics, chemistry, how many marks you are getting. We don't care much of the scores in English or Hindi or even Kannada. Do you? Right? So whereas if you go to European countries, they have special degrees on language. The language skills, presentation skills, those are very important. A rationale why I'm coming to it is when you're speaking about the skill gap, I think earlier speaker have very well mentioned, lakhs and lakhs of students are coming from college. And you know what is the skill gap we are finding? NASSCOM survey 2023 says that 1 million, which is actually 10 lakh, jobs are available in cybersecurity. Then you have lakhs of students coming from college. Why these positions are not filled? Where are they going, right? Second point, I'll tell you, the skills like cybersecurity is the only skill which actually takes 21% higher and longer time to fill than other jobs. So what is making that? The rationale here is when we look for cybersecurity, another thing I want to tell whoever is pursuing cybersecurity is another soft skill which we look for is critical thinking. Right? You won't even know that actually interviewer is looking for critical thinking. How solidly you are thinking in the opposite direction. What type of attacks can happen? How can you contradict the scenario? So these are the skills which I also look for. So how can we develop all this? These are the things which we actually create advocacy in universities. I mean, to answer the second point, what are you doing from the chapter? So there are three ways in which we can build these engagement, right? As I think Muthu mentioned and Madam mentioned and earlier speaker also mentioned, one first part is actually the curriculum itself. The curriculum, if you are not modernizing your curriculum, if you are still in the back olden days of the curriculum, then you will not be able to meet the latest requirements of industry, what industry is looking for. So how do you know what industry is looking? If you are sitting in a corner of your village and writing your curriculum, you will never know. You need to speak to the industry, understand what they're looking for, what type of jobs are there, then refine your books. How many colleges, I'm not asking Mysuru or Karnataka in general, how many colleges are ready to revise their curriculum every year? Right? This is a question I have. And I am on the advisory board of at least 3 colleges right now, and I am not giving the names now. The point what I'm making here is, you should be ready to challenge yourself, challenge the curriculum. When you are challenging the curriculum, what you are doing, you need your faculty to be updated and they should be educated, which means you need to put money for training them. This is the investment needed by the every university. That's when the quality grows. Okay, how can the community can help? We are doing that by sending advisors to these universities. Second aspect is, I think another aspect is the labs or even the industry exposure. So how do the students get to know what's happening? Like the question you asked, hackathon, okay, what is hackathon? What should I do for a hackathon? Is the next question. Maybe you should have asked capture the flag. They would have answered. How many of you actually joined capture the flag event? See, there is at least one hand. Yeah,
One hand.
One hand is good enough. I think there is one more hand there.
Yeah.
So the challenge point what I'm making is, another reason why the capture flag is most popular is cybersecurity means in colleges is hacking. Yes? Yes or no? Most of the people think like that. But there are more, right? There is risk management, there is incident management, there is earlier mentioned security operations, and identity access management has a huge number of jobs. Do you know all this? No. Right? How do you know? So that is the thing where we are coming as a community partner. We do some guest lectures or works at something with the university, conducting hackathons, capture the flag or whatever, to build that synergies, to make them understand what is happening in the industry. And third aspect is research and innovation. I think research and innovation, generally what happens, colleges produce a lot of papers. How many papers are really connected to industry? Again, it's a question. I'm not expecting any answer here. I myself doing PhD. So the point, what I'm making here is, whenever you're doing a research, if it is connected to an industry, it is more useful. So that is another aspect which we are working together with KDM to build some research and bring a paper together. That's the third aspect. But there are more to do, which will come soon.
So you mentioned one critical thinking aspect, right? Now in cybersecurity, critical thinking is required, but you also mentioned about the fact that a lot of students have to have communication skills and things like that. I want to go back to Sudhir and ask, as a VC, when it comes to cybersecurity startups or the ecosystem for product development, where do you see, India's position over here from your experience, and what do you think a VC firm like yours can do to enhance the, product development in cybersecurity ecosystem, especially in this region? What's your perspective on that?
I think for us, when we're looking at allocating capital, we're searching for talent. And if I look at cybersecurity specifically, globally, I'm told there are about 1 million professionals in cybersecurity. Now, how many of them are actually taking risk to be an entrepreneur? So that switch is what we watch for. If I look at VLSI, I heard about that twice or thrice today. Semiconductors have been talked 3-4 times. Well, 1 of 4 design engineers in the world are sitting in India. But why is it that 1 of 4 companies are not from here yet? So some of the things that the reason why we're here is to say that we need to add to our risk appetite. We have to fail. We have to agree to fail. We only want success, and then we don't know how to consume success. So for us, we believe at a place like Mysuru, I mean, if we came here, I've seen this campus back 25 years ago, and it is stunning, right? I mean, to anybody who walks in now, you say, this was the reason why, or this is one of the pivotal reasons of investing ahead. I came back walking from lunch, and I found a huge building right next to this. It's called the Cyber Defense Center. So the VC here is the leadership of this company. We didn't need an external VC. VCs, internal VCs, like you have entrepreneurs, are required to say, go do some stuff that is not required to meet my P&L today. Does not require to hurt my balance sheet in the next 5 years. Don't worry. Surpluses are generated by us. We have to redeploy into emerging trends. There is zero doubt that we are insecure in the way currently data and digital data is being consumed, produced, exchanged, traced, tracked, and therefore ready to be hacked. We are in no doubt that it's a difficult phase we're in. So there is, again, zero doubt in my mind that what we might want is not just another course or a curriculum. You need commando training. We need to do that at a different pace. There's an issue relating to criminal effort because people are lazy fundamentally. So you want a shortcut. The way to do a shortcut is to be criminal in your mind. If you want a long cut, you'll be less criminal. So do you bring in the Intelligence Bureau over here? Are they sitting alongside us? One of our companies built the smart city infrastructure for Bhubaneswar. And I've been to the Network Operations Center, which runs the whole city. And in that city, you got people who manage garbage every day, what we throw, what we eat, our plastic. But alongside, we got the crime bureau sitting, alongside normal petty crime guys. Third, home security when some minister is traveling. But that knock allows actually all these multiple disciplines to meet each other every day. What for? To have a smarter city, a more secure city, a cleaner city, so on and so forth. So I would bet on the fact that we need entrepreneurs who do better garbage collection. We're sensitive to it, and we'll bet on that. We want somebody who thinks about security. Yes, you want that. But that comes out of really the willingness of not just government, but us as citizens, that we can play a role in providing global security. And why do I say this? If we already have 1,700 GCCs here, if you already have 1 out of 4 technology professionals sitting in India, globally, if we're not the providers of cybersecurity globally, we're making a mistake. And why should it be in Mysuru? And I heard a fantastic person yesterday who talked about Mysuru in the 40s and how what it was an economic, there's an economic history to the city. It was a risk taker. The Maharaja had the money, the taxes came, but they out of drought, I believe it all started. So out of penury, out of drought, out of an attack, natural attack, it gave rise to entrepreneurship in Mysuru. My belief is that that fundamental ethical mooring that you have to be entrepreneurial, to contribute, can easily be done here, and I think we'll be able to see more companies such over here.
Very well said, actually. So Mysoreans are known for their entrepreneurship, and yesterday also we heard, yes, they have a huge history of doing innovation in this space. Now, companies like Infosys, which have moved very early back, again going back to you, Kavita, there are a lot of challenges that you would have faced in terms of the talent hunting or acquisition of the right talent in cybersecurity space. So for all those startups and companies who want to come to Mysuru and establish, from your personal experience of the challenges that you would have faced as a CISO, what are the key takeaways or what are the key things that you would recommend the companies to invest in or do things which will make this job more easier? Or what are the things that you would recommend to do differently? What's your take on that?
See, I think one of the things that we embody as a value system is leadership by example. And for that, we have to go ahead and commit to be able to be there physically in a place if something has to be done. Go ahead and prove it as leadership, and then we will be able to go ahead and attract the best of talent. While these would be the fundamental principles, not just for us as a company, but I'm sure several individuals also embody this. It is also important to know that Mysuru happens to be a place where entrepreneurship has thrived in the past. There is excellent academic institutions, and we heard the speakers talk about the various aspects, as well as Kiran talk about NI versus JCE. We've also had the advantage of being close to several other places. Mysuru does have that distinct advantage. Now, as any other company which would start, in a location which might be a tier 2 location, this would be a tier 1 like Bangalore or elsewhere. The first thing that to look at besides leadership by example is to go ahead and be able to attract the talent with good infrastructure, with being able to go ahead and provide that vision to say, hey, this is where we will be able to go and bring in that excellence. So whether the vision is about growing cybersecurity services, learning better, yearning to go ahead and provide, let's say, the latest and greatest of cybersecurity products for the world, or going and keeping the entire globe secure with state-of-the-art cyber defense centers, that vision would be super important. If we do have the right set of leaders and see talent, a vision which is appropriate, infrastructure to go ahead and match, we will be able to go ahead and attract talent. And once attracted, cities like Mysuru, like several other tier 2 cities, are very, very sticky. What we have seen is that talent is much more amenable to staying and continuing to pursue professionally in cities like Mysuru. Now that's a massive advantage given the kind of industry that we're in, especially the tech industry, where talent attrition and talent churn is a significant aspect of how we go ahead and plan for manpower. If we're able to go ahead and do all of these things, there are these significant advantages of Mysuru, which should be gone ahead and leveraged upon. Of course, there are already several cybersecurity companies which are here in Mysuru, and that's something that should be a good place to start from, as well as several other examples such as Infosys, which has been there in the past, established itself globally from here. I think those would be a good way to go ahead and take cybersecurity from Mysuru forward.
So leadership and good vision is the key for it, along with the infrastructure is what your take is. So Mr. Muthu, you are a close partner of KDM and you have chosen to work very closely with the Mysuru ecosystem, right? So may I know what are the specific initiatives that you've taken as part of the chapter in Bangalore, and what are we doing with KDM here? So that audience get that.
Sure. I'll share what we are doing now and what we are going to do.
Yeah.
So currently what we are doing it, so we are working with in a university in Bangalore, and we have taken a 1 year full semesters, 10 sessions of cybersecurity program, starting from basics and hands-on. And also we have done assessments on learning and gave them like a completion or certification also. That definitely going to add the values. Not only they had learned on cybersecurity, but the ISC Square Bangalore chapter is the global cybersecurity training as well as certification authority that gives a certificate to a professional as a cyber security train. Definitely that is an advantage for them to clear the interview, in addition to their learning. Okay, that is very, very critical. Second thing also, what we are working on it, working with training computer science teachers in their school on the cybersecurity aspect. Why a school itself important is we are working with the Computer Teachers Association and going to train the teachers. That's where even coming before even college level, you wanted to target the teachers and the 9th and 12th grade, so they can talk about the students, how the importance of cyber security, not only learning and also the importance of understanding the nuance of that, what is happening in the industry. That's the thing. What we are working on KDM on in the Mysuru cluster aspect, we wanted to work with them, partnering on this KDM, how we can train the colleges and also the university lecturers and the students, how we can bring because our cybersecurity Bangalore chapter, IC Square Bangalore chapter, we have 700 members team, all are industry professionals. Is either starting from a cybersecurity person from 2 years to an CISO. So we wanted to bring their industry experience and share to that universities and the colleges and train the faculties first, then and see that we'll take how we can take to the university on the student level. That's where we are working with an ISC Square Bangalore chapter and KDM also. One more thing also wanted to bring that is there are something called cybersecurity, certified cybersecurity professional. That is a CC certification given by our ISC Squared org. Okay, what is this is mainly targeting the students. It's a free certification. The target is training 1 million students on the cybersecurity as well as and get them certified. So we are also working with multiple universities, how we can help them to their students get certified, and also the university and professors also learn. Same thing we want to replicate it in Mysuru and in institutions around here, along with KDM, make sure that we are helping that industry and the institutions bring that skill gap and make the students are learned on cyber and also employable when they go to campus recruitment and further. That is the motto, what you're working on that.
I just want to have a follow-up question on this. Do you see startups doing a lot of recruitment in this space in cybersecurity from ISC Square's network that you've seen that the number of people who are hired?
There are people. So how this, I'll tell you also how this our ISC Square Bangalore chapter works. Okay, because of there are people we are made sure that the students also member on the community. Okay, and because of the students also member of the community, and that helps them to reach out people who are on industry. There is opportunities on internship also because they reach out, they train. They also have a monthly events. They come to the events, they connect. We are creating a connect between a student and the industry professionals. Okay, that is where they are going and working with them and getting an opportunity on internship. So also this is as in big companies to startups, right? That is where is an ecosystem helps the students as well as even our professionals. Somebody wanted to move from one organization to another organization or looking for a better job because this network helps them. If I know the person and what is working on it, automatically I preference is picking a person in that known circle. That is very, very important on our cybersecurity or any other IT world. So that's where we are doing some part of our side.
But I'll just quickly come to Kiran on the startup ecosystem. Are you doing something from a Dell perspective here and with KDM here?
Yeah, sure. So Dell was a startup, by the way. It's just 40-year-old. It's the only difference. So Michael Dell started it in his Texas this thing, right? College now. So Dell actually engages with startups as a part of the startup and scale up program. You can just Google it, Dell India Startup and Scale Up. We also work with women entrepreneurs. There's a Dell Women Entrepreneur Network where you can get networking opportunities with other women entrepreneurs. And we also provide advice, like for example, if you're a startup who's trying to even figure out what is the minimal viable plan, and you're trying to go to enterprise, right? You probably don't have any idea of what an enterprise market looks like and what are the dimensions around that, right? So we have product managers who are willing to help you. They have the view of what the world looks like, your customers look like, and they'll tell you what an MVP should look like. Right? We basically engage with startups who meet the criteria, right? So we do all that, and then we also partner with, like for example, as a part of the network, right? There are some investments also that Dell makes as a part of Dell investment, right? But that's again, that's treated more as a business, right? So another thing I just want to add to the skilling part, one part of the workforce that we are all not really using is the women who have taken a career break. So even though we've had these waves where we say we want women back in the companies, if you take a break, they don't really treat you well afterwards, right? So one area where you could get them to work on, especially if you have some domain skills, right? It's fairly easy to get into security that way. It's like you get these certifications, but then the organization should be ready to take women there because they have that experience, right? They have the experience, they're willing to sweat it out. The connectivity is not an issue anymore. Like you can work from home, whatever number of days your company mandates, right? So But the point is, I think that's an area that we are not really spending effort on, because that's a ready-made tool you have, who know the business, who can communicate well, but you're just not using them.
Fantastic. So on that note, I would like to just quickly ask you something that you mentioned some time back that there is a big challenge with respect to the soft skills, with respect to other challenges. Now, how do you think that your chapter in Bangalore can support in solving this problem, especially with faculties, so that the students can get a better exposure in these areas and do not only in soft skills but also from the cloud security perspective that you have? What are you doing in that area?
So, and as Muthu mentioned earlier, what did we do, and then what we can do? The part one, what did we do? So, in the last year, we collaborated with at least 3 universities, one in Bangalore, Acharya College of Engineering, and then one in Hyderabad, VIT, VNR, VJIT, and then one in Ahmedabad, LJ University. So, while working with them, what did we do, right? 3 things. One is educating the students on the latest technologies. In some areas, we took AI and cybersecurity. In some areas, we took cloud security, because we can do one day, only that much. So we took one topic and created awareness of what are things coming in, what are the requirements going on in the market, and make that industry connect with them. Second, we had a separate round of discussions with faculties on the trends happening. Have a kind of a roundtable with the faculty. Whenever we go there, we have at least an hour discussion with the industry team, meeting the faculty, having that discussion. And then closing with a career panel discussion. So what is this career discussion all about? This is mostly an open mic type of discussion, where 30 minutes is given for the panel, and then remaining 30 minutes is open mic, where mic is on the other side, on the down in the podium. They can ask questions to the stage. So that actually resulted, we were really surprised that students were asking questions related to cybersecurity, which we were not even aware. So they just asked me, okay, how do you secure ChatGPT? Like, do I have an answer for this? I'm telling you, this is how the students are thinking right now. So when we actually give them opportunities to ask, build that curiosity, things happen. So after seeing that success, we want to expand that University Connect and go more. That's where we had this interaction with KDM. The next initiative, what we have done, I mentioned, just I want to close it with what we are planning. So we are working with KDM to create a research and produce a book by end of this year, hopefully, on CXO insights about how AI can help cybersecurity and how do you secure AI. So we'll see how that comes up. There is an idea in place. And finally, it is going to be from Mysore. It's beyond Bangalore project, but will be released in Bangalore.
Fantastic. So since our time is almost up, I would like to wrap up with one question from answer from all of you. We'll start with Sudhir. So can you tell me quickly from your perspective, what is it that as a VC you see that Mysuru can do to enhance the ecosystem of the startups here, and what do you think that from a policy perspective also, if what the government can do to enhance it better and build a bigger talent pool here?
I guess like a GPU cluster, you should create a cyber hub.
A cyber hub.
Yeah.
So setting up Mysuru as a cyber hub will make a big
important enough with support from the defense forces, ISRO, because it extends the amount of security to be thinking about it. It's a slightly wider parameter. So, and you got a hardware thinking in this town. So I think a lot of compute infrastructure is important. You can actually reimagine how you can be a utility for the world. And you can house that in Mysore. So you got water, like you said, so all other parts are available, but you need to reimagine this. And just like, I think I'm thrilled to be in this facility. This facility reimagined skilling, training, employability for our country. And if it were not for this center, I don't think we would have reimagined ourselves to be a $250 billion business. If cybersecurity is likely to be a, give or take, $50 billion business in the next 20 years, Mysore should be thinking on the same basis really big size. And say,
Fantastic.
okay,
Very well said.
let's build the cyber utility over here.
Yeah, well said. So one line again from each of you quickly before we wrap this up with you. Then go ahead.
So I think, again, you have to just stick to the basics and the vision obviously has to be there. Right? I think Dr. APJ said it well. It's a crime if you imagine, if you put limits on imagination and just think narrow, right? So you should really imagine. There's nothing much that can go wrong. You will
So
fail.
thinking big is something that you advocate. Kavita, over to you. What's one line that you think Mysuru can do to make it big in talent pool hunting?
A vision has been set. There are policies which have been created. There was a Karnataka cyber policy which was launched some time back.
Yeah.
An example has been set with emphasis here being in Mysore.
Yes.
And having run education as well as cybersecurity here from Mysore. If this can then be emulated and executed by all with support, with quality, I think we will have a great success story coming up in cybersecurity from Mysore.
Great. And Satyodi, one line from you, then I'll come back to Mr. Muthu for the last one. Quickly from your side.
Okay. Yeah. One line is tough.
One line, because I wrote time. So.
One line is tough with me.
Quickly, one line.
So, not one line. Okay. Okay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it's not one line. It's because I have this passion of building these talent, right? So point one, what I want to make is like, where are the companies going and fetching the people, right? I'm just giving a classic example, what we do with the provisions at home. What do you do generally for a monthly grocery? You actually have a list of items and you go to a favorite shop and buy them. And what happens when salt is less? You go to local grocery. Yes, that was the traditional marketing style. I will come to this for the skilling. What the companies do, enterprises do, they have a large bucket of items they have to recruit. Yearly once they go and recruit to the large grocery or large, sorry to say grocery, but they go to the universities, they listed. Yes. And in between, the second aspect, they need something like small projects which come in 1 or 2 people. What they do, they go to local colleges, something which is in Bangalore or Hyderabad, whatever. So how do we make this as a scalable model? I'll tell you the example here is like a Flipkart model, Flipkart 8 minutes model. We should have a platform like the way the Swiggy's of the world or Zomato of the world, where the skills can be accessible from one single platform. That should be the vision we should create if you want Mysore to be a kind of a skill center. We should have a COE, should have a place where people can pick resources from here.
So a platform is what you advocate that can be there. Great. And one line from you, sir, last one.
Final, I'll not take much time. So academia, okay, and industry and KDM and the government invest on skill building, also labs, because skill build that is going to give it take to the next level. So this is very, very important. The Kavita said the basis set, next level is execution with this. We can also, the forum like us, ISC Square and CSA can work with the group to make to the next level.
Fantastic. So I think we'll conclude with that one. So I can summarize it by saying that, having a great vision, having a great platform and labs and to dream big is what I think we should pursue to make this a capital. So thank you all for the time and thank you all for the panelists for the great insights. Thank you.
I request our moderator to present our different panelists with a token of our gratitude. I also call to the stage Mr. John Kotail to give our moderator, Mr. Rajshekhar, a token of our gratitude. Thank you, speakers. If you're someone who has been in the tech innovation and tech entrepreneurship space for even a small amount of time, you would know that something a lot of entrepreneurs look forward to every year is the TIE Global Summit. This year, the 29th edition of this summit will be hosted in Bangalore. To give us a few insights into how this journey towards the TIE Global Summit has been, I call to the stage Mr. Ravi Narayan. He is TIE Bengaluru Charter's charter member. He's also the board member of TIE Global, and he's also an advisor of Startup Genome. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Good evening already. Yes, almost. Yeah. So I don't know how many of you know, but Karnataka is actually a model startup ecosystem for the world. We have tech ecosystem in Bangalore that's thriving. People know all about it. We have a social entrepreneurship ecosystem in Hubli, Dharwad. We have ecosystem for fintech in Mangaluru. We have ecosystem in Mysuru manufacturing. That's what we have been successful to the extent that we will have the TIE Global Summit, where we are going to invite 60 chapters of TIE to come together in what we would call the entrepreneurship of Olympics of entrepreneurship in Bengaluru. We are planning to have close to 25,000 representing 60 nations. We expect, thanks to the Edu Ventures and various other initiatives, 10,000 youth, 3,000 startups from across the world, not just Karnataka, not just India, but across the world, from 60 nations, 750 investors, 350 corporates, and 60 nations to participate in this. So I think this is going to be a phenomenal thing, not just in Bangalore alone. We're going to have one day in Mysuru as well. So it's a very power-packed programming for us. The 9th of December has a lot of master classes. I encourage each and every one of you to register and also get onto the master classes because they're filling up very, very fast. There is a gala dinner where you will get to meet one of the necessities for entrepreneurship and also the joys of entrepreneurship is that you meet absolutely wonderful people from different walks of life, different stages of their entrepreneurship journey, and get to meet each other, learn from each other, and do some wonderful things. So there's a gala dinner on the 9th. We have the inauguration. We are expecting the Prime Minister of India to join us for the inauguration. We do hope it will turn out well. We have an interesting session, which is primarily a plenary session, as we call it. We don't have side sessions on that day, where it is going to be the thought leaders of Bangalore, of Karnataka, who are going to be in conversations with other thought leaders from across the world, be it NRN, be it Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, be it Devi Shetty. All these people are bringing people of their network to come and confer on things that are going to be affecting entrepreneurship in general across the world, be it in business entrepreneurship or be it in social entrepreneurship. There are going to be some wonderful insights that we'll have when we do the tete-a-tete with icons. We have youth and women conclave. We have, and also a Karnataka cuisine dinner. How can we do without a nice uta from Bangalore, from Karnataka for all these people? And on the 11th, we have what we call as the TGS 100. So we are celebrating the 100 best startups that we will filter from across the world to come to Bangalore. So there will be startups in finance, fintech. There will be startup in social entrepreneurship. There will be startups from, say, health tech, edutech, and some of the horizontals as well, generative AI, stuff like that. So we will together have only 100 startups. And this is places where we will have discussions with potential customers for these startups, potential investors for the startups, and potential mentors for the startup, mentors from the TIE network from across the world being here. And then we have the sectoral huddles. And also after the WUTA, the next thing is a pub crawl the next night. So somewhere on MG Road, we will be going from pub to pub, meeting different people. And as we get more and more interesting ourselves, we'll find more and more interesting people on MG Road. And this is going to be a phenomenal way to learn. And then on the 12th, we plan to come to Mysuru. This is the finale, the final day for us. So the entire set of people will come here. This is where we will celebrate cultural entrepreneurship. We have a whole slew of activities that is surrounding cultural entrepreneurship. What do I mean by cultural entrepreneurship? India is has a very rich tradition of Indian food, Indian medicine, yoga. Mysuru is known for yoga, and so on. So we want to showcase this to the world as to what is it that we are building around these. Not just enterprises that are subsisting on CSR or anything like that. These are thriving entrepreneurs building very sizable, scalable businesses that are coming out of Karnataka. And we want to celebrate those. And then we have what we call the TIE Global Awards happening here, which will be conferred here by the dignitaries. We are looking to celebrate entrepreneurs, not just from Karnataka or India, but on the global stage. That will happen here. And then there's the closing reception also in Mysuru, in the Mysuru Palace. So this is a very power-packed programming on all these 4 days, split between Bangalore and Mysuru. Some of the things that if you're not already part of TIE, you should be, because this is what TIE brings to you. It is the TIE Youth Conclave. There is the TIE Women Conclave, the TGS 100 that I spoke to you about, several sectoral partner tracks, global entrepreneurship corridors. In fact, there are several cities that are learning from Karnataka on how to build such ecosystems in their countries, in their cities. And we will be the Vishwa Guru, if you will, in those respects. We are building these corridors. And we're also using this opportunity to expand the TIE network, launching a few chapters. In fact, next month we are launching TIE Colombo. So all of this will be announced at TGS and the TIE Global Awards that we spoke about. The other things that several of these different countries, they'll have their own grand pavilions. They'll have the chapters, the 60 chapters will have their own showcases, experience zones for technology, mentoring, and startup pitch competition. So it's a very vibrant, very energetic set of activities on these dates. I would urge all of you to participate and spread the word, get more and more people to participate. So this one place where we are bringing the world to Karnataka to learn from us and also to work with them. Because at the end of the day, when we build startups, it's no longer a startup just for Bangalore, just for Mysuru, just for Karnataka. It is a global startup because what you're solving here is applicable everywhere across the world. So for the first time, this is something that is being built from various different organizations. Obviously, KDEM is a very close partner of this, the government of Karnataka. We have Startup Karnataka, KTech, and also the various chapters of TIE. There's a TIE Mangaluru chapter, there's a TIE Hubli chapter, and of course, TIE Mysuru chapter. So all of these chapters are, now co-hosting the TIE Global Summit on December 9th through 12th. So the Honorable Minister has given this message that we welcome you to the world's largest celebration of entrepreneurship in Bengaluru and Mysuru, actually, the startup capital of the world. So one of the very interesting initiatives that we are doing is entrepreneurship at the expense of our environment, at the expense of our climate. We want to make sure that we want to do this as a way that it's a very responsible entrepreneurship. We want to make that happen. And we are going to do that in a way that we are going to use the flame that is going to go across all the different 60 chapters across the world. It has already started traveling. So if you go to our TIE website, you'll see which chapter it is in. And ultimately, it is going to end up in Bangalore. So I would urge all of you to register, be part of this movement that we have, and participate in TGS. Thank you.
I call to the stage Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, CEO of KDEM, to present Sir with a memento. With that, we come to the formal end of all the sessions that we've been having from morning. Now we start the validatory session. So for the same, I request the following dignitaries to come on stage. Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Mr. Jitendra Chadda, Mr. Neeraj Jain, Mr. B.V. Naidu, Mr. Darshan HV, Mr. Vinayak Hegde, Mr. Nisar Rayadurg, and Dr. Ekrup Kaur IAS. I request the following dignitaries to take their seat on the podium. What we've been seeing from morning today has just been few snippets of what Mysuru has been doing in the last few years. But to give you the true picture, to tell you the whole story, I now call to stage Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, to welcome the gathering and present the progress of the Mysuru cluster from the last 1 year. Over to you, sir.
Very good evening to all of you. Warm welcome. And warm welcome to Madam Secretary Madam and Dr. Ekrup Kaur. Ladies and gentlemen, give a applause for her to joining us today here on the stage. We have our chairman, Mr. B.V. Naidu, Mr. Neeraj Jain, Mr. Jitendra Chadda, Mr. The IBM brand for us. Thank you so much for being here with us. We have the people in the audience which have been in the mornings and sitting here with us from electronics, startups, tech field, academic institutions, ITs, GCC companies, VCs, and etc. I take this opportunity to share with you the progress of the Mysuru cluster as well. why this Mysuru cluster has been put up as one of the important pillars of the Beyond Bangalore mission of Government of Karnataka. As you all know, Ram, I will request you to join me here. As you all know, under the Beyond Bangalore mission, Government of Karnataka started the program for creating the clusters. The 6 clusters which were defined within the state of the Karnataka, where Mysuru is one, Mangaluru, Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad, Shimoga, Tumkur, and Kalburgi. We started these 3 clusters almost 2.5 years back, which is Mysuru, Mangaluru, and Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad. Kalburgi will start now this year. And as the directions coming up, we'll have to start the 2 more quickly. So we will be looking at all the 6 clusters, maybe in next year or so, we'll be up running in these other 3 locations as well. These all clusters were developed with a very unique feature of the industry participation and academic institutions becoming important pillar for designing the strategy, and as well as looking at an execution model along with it. We picked up these initiatives in saying that industry anchors will stand up as a local level to design the strategy for us for the development of the cluster, and then work together with the government and the policy, execution, attraction, investments, plans to see how we can make this cluster growing up. If the presentation is up. Oh, okay, no worries. You want? Okay, leave it. That's fine. So I just wanted to give you a small snippets about this edition of the Big Tech Show. This is the 4th edition of the Big Tech Show. The last 3 editions has been progressing very well. I just want to let our dignitaries know that this time we have crossed 700 plus registration for this event. 700 plus. We have also got almost 70-80% of the registration were outside Mysuru. And the panel speakers that we brought in from all across were actually amazing, all the way for leaders from the different kinds of the industry, all from outside Mysuru. 1 or 2 leaders from the Mysuru regions are also participating in the panel. So the attraction power, the Big Tech Show is reaching to its next level of brand. And just to also let you know, this is culminating into a larger event, which is called as Bangalore Tech Summit, which happens every year. And this year will happen in the November 19 to 21. I have a partner with me, Ram, who is the industry anchor with me. All of you know him, but I just want to introduce him. He is one of the industry anchors with us who is helping us to design it. Mr. Sudanwaji has a board meeting, so he has to go back. Otherwise, he will also be here with us. He is the lead industry anchors. He requested me to ask Mr. Ram to be, in place of him, be with you on this. So thank you, Ram, for being here. So can you just unlock this, please? We had the 3rd edition. From the 4th edition, the increment is there in terms of the event. But also from the industry perspective, we have to also let you know that we have been able to attract almost 12 new companies, 15 new companies in last 12 months in the Mysuru cluster. And if this credit needs to go, goes to the industry indirectly. 15 new companies in last 12 months. And some of those companies will be coming here today to be look into as more of soliciting them for coming down and setting up their operations here. One more very different work which we did last year was